He should be here.
I got an email from him at like 3 in the morning.
So did I. It was a good one.
So
That was
I
a
assume
good.
he'll be here.
Julie? 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 You want to get started?
You ready? Bring the hammer.
You ready?
Bring the hammer down.
Okay.
Hey, I'm fine. You? Yeah.
We're going to get started. Is this on?
Let's have me that coffee. Let's have.
We're going to get started with the hearing today. Hello? Yo!
Here we go.
Here we go. We're going to get started with the Portland Planning Sustainability Commission meeting. Our agenda today is we will have no items of interest from commissioners or a director's report. We'll do the consent agenda, and then we'll move into the hearing, 2035 West Quadrant Plan. It is a hearing. If you wish to testify, please fill out a card in the back and provide it to Julie. Because it is a hearing and we are going to try to get through all of the testimony today, you will get 3 minutes and 3 minutes only. If you have written testimony, please give it to Julie and she will circulate it to us. And I'm going to ask the commissioners during the hearing, unless there is a burning question of clarification, that we not ask any questions because we want to hear everybody today. After the hearing, we will move to the proposed amendments to 6 city-county urban renewal areas for Portland, which is a briefing, and then we will have the comprehensive plan update, citywide systems plan and transportation plan, and again, that's a briefing. Consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Hearing for the Central City 2035 West Quadrant Plan. Carl? And Kat, you want to give a little introduction?
Little intro. Song? Doesn't sound like it. Is it? So I just wanted to kind of start with just recognizing Carl and Sally's efforts and all of their team, and Mark, I see some of them here, Joe, Susan. It was an amazing effort to bring all of the diverse range of ideas and opinions together into this document. And it's a pretty thick document. And having watched the process unfold, I was pretty impressed with all of your guys' kind of skill set to take all of that information and disseminate it into what we've got compiled. I think it's pretty forward-thinking and exciting document. You know, as having sat on the Stakeholders Advisory Committee, I can say that while not everybody's great ideas were necessarily incorporated as kind of compromises were brought together to bring this forward, but no doubt about it, I think it would be wrong to not acknowledge that we all listened very carefully and as a group kind of came together with fairly universal consensus as to kind of where we ended up today. So just kind of just a note and acknowledgement for that. And then I just wanted to highlight one last thing real quickly. There's a lot of great big ideas here, and maybe since this is my pet favorite one, I'm going to bring it up. It's activating and broadening the activities within the waterfront. Born and raised in Portland, I love our waterfront, but I want to be more a part of it, and I think it was really pretty universally accepted as an idea. Rightfully so, there's concerns with how those goals of doing and bringing those activities and kind of the urban environment into the waterfront can conflict with kind of the natural environment, and I think that all needs to play itself out and work itself together. But I think if you look at maybe tying the waterfront back into the city more and expanding it that way, as well as maybe kind of tying the city back into activating the waterfront, there's some great potential to bring both goals forward. And I'm just going to leave it with that, Carl, and have you take it forward.
Great. Okay, thank you. So Carl Lyle, Senior Planner, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. I only have a couple of slides just to sort of remind folks of what we're doing today. And I think today the purpose really is primarily about listening to others from the public who want to come and talk. And clearly there's quite a few people here who would like to talk to you. So that's the bulk of what we hope to get through today. If there's some time at the end of that, it would be very helpful. Looking forward to sort of our next steps, which are the October 21st work session, to kind of come back, and it would be helpful at the end of the testimony today, if we can get to it, to give staff some guidance about what things we really want to talk about some more at the commission level. So that would be sort of what we would hope to get out of today, and I will be very brief so we can move on to hearing from other folks. So the plan area that we're talking about is the Central City. We're Central City Plan District, essentially, so that study area boundary, both sides of the river. We're trying to update the 1988 Central City Plan, which was the last time that we updated that entire geography. So Lloyd District, the central east side down to Powell and out to about 12th, and then the west quadrant, which is really the focus of today's conversation, from the north part of the Pearl District down to the bottom of South Waterfront, everything inside the freeway loop, and including most of Goose Hollow. So that is what we're talking about. Within the west quadrant plan study area, so the plan that we're reviewing today in its proposed format, we've got some sub-geographies, and much of the policies and actions in the plan are organized around these sub-geographies. And so we're talking about the Pearl District, Old Town Chinatown, Goose Hollow, the West End. We're kind of calling that out as a specific sub-area within the downtown core, because there's some different things going on there, and you'll probably hear a fair amount about that today. Downtown, South Downtown, kind of everything south of Market, roughly. So the University District, South Auditorium, and River Place, and then South Waterfront. And I just want to put this one up as a reminder of kind of where we are in this multi-year. You can see since 2010, we've really been working pretty hard on this updating the 1988 Central City Plan, so we're well into this now. We're doing that through, down at the bottom left there, you can see the three quadrant plans, one of which is complete, the North-Northeast Quadrant Plan, which you probably remember. The West Quadrant Plan, which is before us now, the Concept Plan, which is complete, you probably remember that too, from 2012, and then the forthcoming Southeast Quadrant Plan, which we'll be bringing to you in the next few months. All of those are interim products adopted by resolution, not implemented. They don't have the ordinance with the zoning code and the new maps as part of them. We hope to bring them all together over the next year, and by the end of next year be coming back with a combined, informed by those four products, a combined, and the other things you see noted there on the top right, zoning code, scenic resources update, other things that need to come together. All of that coming together by the end of next year into a new proposed Central City plan with a zoning ordinance that would go with it. So that's what we're up to. And that's it, and I'll move out. And I think we're going to have Karen, co-chair, Karen Williams, come
Carl,
up first.
before you start,
Uh-huh.
could you relate this to how it connects to the comp plan that we're working on?
I could, although I'm pretty buried in this, and I don't know if that's a better question for
Well, I
Susan or
want to make
Joe
sure
or-
it's all, there's so many
Yeah.
plans going around, they have to kind of fold together in some way.
Right. So the comprehensive plan, you're going to start hearings on in a couple months. And you'll have those hearings. You'll then come up with your recommendation to City Council. We hope to then have that to Council in the late spring. And then this is sort of follows on the heels immediately of the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
So it's sort of like an implementing piece of the comprehensive plan.
So again, this is a hearing. If I will call your names, but if you wish to testify, please fill out a card in the back and provide it to Julie, who's right here, but sits over there. And we'll give you 3 minutes. I'll call up 3 at a time and try to get you through here in your 3 minutes. To start, we'll have Karen Williams, Jill Sherman, and Cameron Witten. If you will come up and take a seat, and we'll get started. Again, Karen Williams, Jill Sherman, and Cameron. How you doing, Karen?
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Karen Williams, 621 Southwest Morrison, Portland, Oregon. It is a pleasure to be here, and it was a privilege to serve as the co-chair with your colleague, Kat Schultz, of the advisory committee. We held 33 members, stakeholder advisory committee. We met 16 times, and as Kat mentioned, we considered many issues. We took public comment at every meeting, which is well worth the effort, of course, as you well know, since you entertain public comment on virtually everything you do. People came forward to offer sometimes very strong emotional responses to some of the proposals and some of the work that was being done, but also their heartfelt contribution to making Portland a better city. And even though there were some disagreements, sometimes some very strong disagreements among people who offered comment, and people who were members of the advisory committee, the fact that everyone walked in the room with a desire to contribute to Portland as a community and as a better community made this a very rewarding task. The majority of the group strongly endorses the plan before you. We believe it's an important update to previous planning efforts that have served the city very well. There are 3 minority reports included in your packet that touch on issues where the group did not reach consensus. And again, those minority reports reflect the solid thinking and heartfelt desire of the folks who offered those ideas to contribute to a better city, and we respect and appreciate their efforts to do that. It is important that Portland move forward. There's no such thing as perfect consensus on complex ideas, particularly those ideas where people do come into the room with passion about the city in which we all live. The plan includes recommendations for a number of actions and efforts that will greatly improve the future of the central city. The Green Loop, freeway capping. I have to say, I have now been around long enough that I remember when Vera Katz first thought of this. Let's just cap the freeway. I'll never forget that. Anyway.
Didn't we do it? I thought we did that.
You gotta love her. There is a wholesale reimagining of the urban waterfront, and there are other ideas that are in this that are cumulatively, we believe, transformative and advancing the central city to a community that will address growth, but also preserve the things that make Portland special and unique. The Central City West Quadrant is a very dynamic place for many reasons. Obviously, the only place like it in the state, and our largest concentration of employment, regional services, entertainment. The growth and further development of the Central City is important to our region's success and regional sustainability and economic health. I think we all know that when the urban core is healthy, the entire region thrives, and when the urban core decays, the entire region suffers. So I commend this plan to you. I, again, am very grateful for having been invited to serve as co-chair. I found it a rewarding and challenging experience, and one that helped to renew my personal commitment to Portland as a great place to be. Thank you, and I hope that you all enjoy hearing the diversity of views that are about to come before you.
Thank you for your service on the committee, Karen.
My pleasure.
Cameron?
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Cameron Witten. I sit on the Budget Advisory Committee for PBOT. I sit on the Transit Equity Advisory Committee for TriMet, and I sit on a number of boards for civic organizations in the community. I have been a resident of the West Quadrant for 95% of my time in Portland. I currently live in Northwest Portland. I want to thank Director Susan Anderson and the planning staff and all the stakeholders involved who, oh, was it not on? Okay, testing. All right. Involved in preparing this plan. 170 plus pages is a very daunting task, but we are all committed to building a better community. I wanted to share my experience while perusing this document. I had a specific focus at looking at the housing and neighborhood portion. I have 2 concerns to address to the council today. First, just a reference to a recent event with City Council where they passed a development agreement in Chinatown that waived SDC fees in order to provide workforce housing and middle income up to 120% MFI housing. A part of that agreement, the affordability of that housing is set to expire between 10 to 15 years. And a part of the benchmarks for this plan is looking at preserving affordable housing and in 2035. So I think that we should have the conversation now about how do we ensure in 2035 that that housing in that neighborhood is still affordable. The second concern that I have is more major. Looking within the different geographic regions, whether the West End, whether South Waterfront, South Downtown, Pearl District, Chinatown, Northwest. I saw different kinds of housing mentioned and brainstormed about. There was student housing, senior housing, there was urban family housing, workforce housing. But one thing that I saw missing was low-income housing, specifically between 0 to 60% MFI. And I wonder, through that plan, what kind of message are we saying? Is Portland, is Central Portland a place that is welcome, that is inviting to people of all incomes, inviting to all people? Or is this a place where we just pay to play? And I think it's a very serious issue that needs to be addressed. And if we don't have an answer for that now, I consider the plan to be flawed. And so I hope that we have a chance to really talk about how do we guarantee that there is a conversation and there's intentionality in including access for all people to live in our inner city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three, Ethan Saltzer, Michael Harrison, Wendy Rum. Ethan, you want to go first? Sure. Well,
Hi. Let's see, is this on?
yep. Nope. Should be.
How about that? Excellent. Sounds good. Well, good afternoon, Chair Baugh, members of the commission. My name is Ethan Seltzer, 3082 Northeast Regents Drive, Portland. I'm a professor at Portland State, resident of Northeast Portland, former president of the City of Portland Planning Commission. And I'm here today on behalf of Bing Sheldon and Rick Michelson, also former presidents of the City Planning Commission, John Russell, former president-elect of the City Planning Commission, and along with historian Chet Orloff and Peggy Moretti of Restore Oregon. Mr. Sheldon called us together some months ago because of our shared concern for the future of the Skidmore Historic District. I'm really here for the Old Town, Chinatown parts of the plan. The Skidmore Historic District, one of only 2 national registered landmark districts in the entire state of Oregon. It's a pretty unique, rare, and scarce resource. Every downtown plan since and including the seminal 1972 downtown plan has identified the importance of that district to the city and to the future of the city, its sense of place and understanding of its history. Yet some 40 years after the promise of some 40 years later, the promise of the district remains largely that, a promise unfulfilled. We believe it's time to turn that legacy around, and I'm here today to endorse the language on behalf of this group in the draft plan, targeting actions and strategies on behalf of Old Town Chinatown, including the Skidmore District. Now, in particular, we strongly support the intent in Action RC2 dealing with the development of a parking strategy as a means for encouraging the redevelopment of surface parking lots in the district. We think that's absolutely critical, and we applaud the plan for including that language and bringing it forward to you at this time. In essence, the purpose for an identity for the district is largely associated with this presentation of city history to the public. Because the buildings in the district were developed long before automobiles were the primary mode of transportation, we've got some issues in the district associated with the redevelopment of those buildings that make parking now a land use issue, not a transportation issue, and we think that's a critical distinction. It's time to stop thinking about parking as just an adjunct of the transportation system. It's time to understand it as a vital tool for achieving the land use goals that we've had for so long. And we think that RC2 begins to move us in that direction and to have that kind of conversation. We believe that the language included in the draft plan and the intent of RC2 on the context, in the context of other proposed actions in the plan will go a long way towards opening new solutions for prompting needed redevelopment of both historic structures and surrounding land resources. But make no mistake, turning around a 40-year legacy of inaction will be both challenging and vital for the future of the district. We don't want to see another 40 years go by to come forward for the 2054 update of the Central City Plan, to be talking about the scourge of the overabundance of surface parking lots in our one and only National Historic Landmark District in Portland. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mike?
Good afternoon. Is this on? I'm sorry. Got everybody's attention. My name is Michael Harrison, and I work at Oregon Health and Science University. And today I'm speaking to the treatment of South Waterfront in policy in the West Quadrant Plan. First, I guess I'd like to step way back and say that OHSU very much appreciates the partnership with the city that has helped reclaim the former brownfield and made it today a center for research and education in an increasingly exciting residential neighborhood. As part of the Night Cancer Challenge, we're going to build 3 new buildings in the South Waterfront in the near term, and I included a sort of a map of our campus plans in case you're interested. And the 3 new buildings are going to be part of our quest to diagnose and treat cancer while it's in its earliest stages. We very much appreciate city staff working to incorporate some of our thoughts into the plan before you, but did want to take the opportunity to raise 2 issues with you, that of street character designations and patient parking. In text and in diagram, the West Quadrant Plan seeks to concentrate retail along Southwest Bond and Gibbs. OHSU has shown a strong commitment to including active floor ground floor uses in South Waterfront, with nearly 100% of the ground floor in our Center for Health and Healing and the entire Porter Street frontage in the new Collaborative Life Science building being dedicated to retail use. Despite our appreciation of retail and active uses, it's not only good for the neighborhood and good for the city, but it's also good for our students and good for our patients. We're not sure that the West Quadrant Plan sort of has exactly gotten correct the best places, the optimal places for retail. Even though we have some strong ideas about where we think it might belong, we didn't feel it really appropriate to come in and offer a real specific counter amendment to where we thought retail should be designated in the street concept plan. And instead, we're just simply ask this commission to direct the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability to work with OHSU between now and when the Central City Plan returns to you, to 1, have them learn more about the future development plans of our academic and clinical campuses, and 2, consider potential alternative street character designations for the road network. The second issue involves parking policy within the draft plan. OHSU has one of the best mode splits of employers in the region at about 60%. But we recognize that in many cases, many of our patients, particularly those in ambulatory hospital settings, such as we're developing in South Waterfront, that those employees will be driven to and driven home from their surgeries. In that case, we sort of recognizing the needs of our patients, we ask that you add the following sentence to Transportation Policy 5 in the West Quadrant Plan. The sentence is, while maintaining and enhancing patient and visitor parking to serve healthcare facilities. We specifically borrowed that language from the Northeast Quadrant Plan, language around maintaining and enhancing retail parking, feeling that, sorry, I don't mean to be cheeky about this, but feeling that the needs of our patients of our ambulatory hospital are at least as important as the needs of shoppers in that district. I'm done.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy?
Is it still working? I'm Wendy Rom. I live in the West End. Thank you for taking the time to study the draft plan, including Steve Pinger's critical minority report on building heights and other comments you've received from concerned citizens. Many sent me their powerful comments. I hope my earlier written comments gave some background on the West End that helps inform your decision on building heights in this district. I'm here to ask you to amend the height map, lowering the allowable building heights throughout the West End to 100 feet. Doing this will help preserve over 100 unprotected historic buildings that mark this neighborhood as uniquely Portland and make Portland Portland for both residents and tourists. What is not needed there are more tall towers creeping in from downtown. I suspect the need for increased density as the motivation for this vertical sprawl, top-down approach to planning. But please know there are other better models for increasing density while also preserving local architectural history and livability in our dense mixed-use residential central city. Keeping it healthy and livable is critical to economic success. Urban needs are often different from those of single-family neighborhoods. Before making your decision, I hope you can do some research on alternatives. One is well-recognized urban model described by Patrick Condon of Vancouver's University of BC. His model calls for dense, compact, mid-rise buildings. Mid-rise 6 to 8 story buildings can gain more density for Portland than is predicted we will need. So his model could be used to plan our city. This so-called flat city model preserves livability, light on the streets, human scale, and a sense of community and social connections needed for healthy living in a dense central city. Many citizens from the West End, Northwest Pearl, environments, historic church leaders, medical leaders are essentially asking for this model for Portland. The time has come to focus on citizens' needs rather than opportunities for profits. A new movement is afoot. As an article in last Sunday's New York Times explains, a new category of architecture is called strategic architecture. Quote, projects that combine the forces of community activism and historic preservation with government muscle. We hope this planning trend will come here to Portland starting today. As stated in the article, quote, the idea that urban planning could build upon citizen action rather than consisting of imposed boulevards or housing blocks, as with urban renewal that guts existing neighborhoods, is gaining traction. Its time has come. Please heed citizens asking you to lower allowable building heights in the central city. And there are a lot of people here. I asked them to stand up in support of these comments, and you won't have to hear from them.
Thank you. Thank you. The next three. Yeah. Nope.
Let's try that.
Jill Sherman, Michael James, Rihanna Enzeri. Jill, you want to go? Welcome back.
Thanks, Chair Ma and the rest of the commission. It's nice to see you all. It's a little interesting to be on this side. It's kind of intimidating, actually. Don't worry. I am going to be very brief. And then if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Jill Sherman, you need my address, 610 Northeast. You don't? Okay, great. So former Planning Commission member and also work on development here in the city. And I know there's a handful of hot topics that you've been hearing about and will continue to hear about this afternoon. And I just wanted to add my perspective to the perspectives that you're going to hear. And primarily, I'm supportive of what's been done in the West Quadrant Plan and how it sits today. And don't necessarily, some of the minority opinions, reports, other things that you've been hearing, I just want to offer some different thoughts on. In terms of Old Town Chinatown and the surface parking, from my perspective, the reason that those aren't all being redeveloped today is because those projects are still not feasible financially, given what rents are in that district and what construction costs are in that district. And I think proposing incentives to help see those projects go, like what City Council recently approved relative to SDC waivers for workforce housing, are much more likely in the near term to get additional development going in that area than trying to do anything that restricts surface parking. I also would really encourage this thinking around district parking and how perhaps the public sector, PDC, could take a role in formulating a plan which would provide parking, because the district, just like the downtown, even as it gets more dense and continues to be very walkable and transit oriented, will still need parking to serve it, right? And one of the challenges it has is right now a lot of it's surface And then there's existing historic buildings that we want to preserve that you can't do parking below grade. And so I would suggest that looking at a parking structure as a strategy to both incent redevelopment, because if you take that out of the pro forma for the developer, you will help as it close the gap that I was talking about. And also then you have the ability to share parking more. So you might have a number of projects within a 5-block or some radius that people would be willing to use it. Another policy that I think could be helpful is allowing parking for residential projects to also do double duty and perhaps have some of those be able to be used by commercial users during the day, shoppers or folks' office coming to visit an office. The code doesn't really currently allow for that, so you can't actually let your parking do double duty in that way and then provide an additional parking resource to the district. On the other side, the other topic, hot topic, building heights. I just want to pose that, I think there's equally an argument that diversity of building heights makes a district kind of interesting. I personally prefer, for example, the Pearl District or the West End that has a variety of housing types to, South Waterfront is also a great district, but because it didn't have existing smaller buildings there, it tends to be a little more monolithic with its building heights, which I think makes for a less interesting district. I think some of the concerns are good concerns. So things like what the pedestrian, am I almost done?
You're done.
Okay.
You're done.
Okay. I thought I was going to be so short. Darn it.
Michelle?
It's Michael James, Northwest Portland. Do you need a street address?
No.
Okay.
You just need to give your name.
Michael James, Northwest Portland. I'm here as a concerned citizen. I am primarily, I'm here to support the Northwest District Association's minority report. I have two primary concerns. The first one is livability. I have lived, as I'm sure many of you have, abroad and in the states and cities where density is accomplished with medium-rise buildings without high-rises. I've also lived where there are high-rises, and I know what that does to people of all ages in terms of social environment, in terms of wind, light, and air. And Portland is so unique. I've lived here almost 16 years. The tourist attraction when friends come from South America or Europe is the charm of the city, how Parisian it is. I am very concerned about the height limits, and I have another concern, which is an economic and a sustainability one. I believe I am not completely convinced that the economic forecasts that developers or others have put into this high-rise scenario is sustainable here. I don't think and there's good reason to believe that the Portland economic future is quite as rosy as high-rises would suggest, the number of high-rises that are potentially in this plan. And what that means for all of us who are taxpayers is empty buildings, which is happening in lots of places. Empty buildings, which is really negative for the environment, for the economy, and for the people who live here. So I hope you will seriously consider Steve Pinger's minority report. I think there are a lot of people in this town who are going to be very upset if the character of this city changes when it doesn't really have to, when you can do it with mid-rise buildings. Thank you.
No. Good afternoon, Chair Ba, Commissioners. Rehana Ansari, Government Relations Manager for the Portland Business Alliance. We appreciate the West Quadrant plan's focus on the role of the Central City as an economic engine and civic and regional center. And we applaud Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff for their hard work over the last year and a half, or over a year and a half. In addition to participating in the West Quadrant process, the Alliance convened a diverse group of property owners, businesses, and community members to create the Skidmore Old Town Chinatown Task Force report, which you all should have received. It focuses on the unique challenges and opportunities in that area in particular. Many of the report's recommendations are relevant to the West Quadrant's Central City Plan, including those that support the plan's goals for business vitality and district livability. With that as background, I'd like to make a few comments. First, we urge that height increases and density allowances be made in strategic areas that have been identified, including the Bridgeheads, Old Town Chinatown, Skidmore District, and the south end of downtown. Height intensification supports our city's long-standing land use planning goals to accommodate growth by developing an existing built environment rather than pushing the edges out. The central city serves, again, as the region's economic hub and should continue to absorb job growth and housing growth to contribute to our tax base, providing revenue for the services that we all care about, including schools, fire, and police. Second, as we mentioned in our prior correspondence, the Alliance strongly opposes imposing taxes or closing surface parking lots. The Skidmore Old Town Chinatown Task Force and the city's own West Quadrant Committee opposed these proposals by an overwhelming majority. To revisit this proposal would undermine what we believe to have been a good planning process with diverse stakeholders and different interests. Finally, if the central city is going to fulfill growth projections, then our transportation and land use strategies must support that growth. We need to recognize that these increased trips will rely on different modes to get to and within the central city. We must retain capacity for freight and other commercial trips. We must retain portal capacity at the bridgeheads and freeway on and off ramps. Thank you for consideration of these comments. We look forward to working with all of you as well as our partners at the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability.
Thank you. Next, we have Pat Scruggs, Jeannie Gallica, and Suzanne Crowhurst Leonard.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Members of the Planning Commission, my name is Pat Scruggs. I live in Southwest Portland. I first want to thank everyone who participated in the West Quadrant planning. I did not have the luxury of doing so recently moving back, but have served on a number of planning commissions in this town. And I also applaud the fact that this plan is really trying to address a vibrant riverfront and central city. And so the comments that Karen Williams and others have made, let me just say ditto to that, keep it brief, move it on. I have two concerns. The first is I tend to look at plans by saying, do they do two things? Do they have strong technical merits? And do they leave the legacy that we want? And there is one piece in this that when I first read that plan and I went, whoa, they violated both of those filters for me. And that was the height at the bridgeheads. I believe that 325-foot height at the bridgeheads does two things. In earlier plans, the reasons we didn't have that height along the river had a variety of both sound economic and environmental reasonings. And so not to go into the technical merits, which you have in the report, let me just say I do not think it passes that technical filter. From a legacy point of view, we have a city that opens up from the river, that opens its arms this way. And I feel that really that's an inviting piece. And here we are then with these tall, sort of almost medieval tower-like in my view, and I hate to use it, but that's sort of what it reminds me of when I visualize this, is that really that welcoming piece of legacy that we want in this plan to leave ahead. So that's just two reasons that I say, okay, doesn't work on that one. And then the other piece that I just wanted to bring up was I did read minority reports, being one of these policy wonk kind, and especially the ones by Bob Salinger and others, but it just seems like some of the environmental and sustainability aspects of this plan have been divided or put into other plans or separated from this. And so my day job is an economic developer. I do economic plans for state and regions, and especially around entrepreneurial development and vibrant central cores, and that's sort of what I do. And one of the more recent studies that I've come across has said that the reasons that successful entrepreneurs locate in the city is actually talent was their second one, but their first one was their relationship with the place. And that greenways and trails and transportation and all those things really mattered to the economic viability of the region. And so for that reason, I really want this group to look at the minority reports, especially on the environmental considerations and sustainability considerations, and say, why did we separate this? Is it for staff expediency, or is it because that was the best way to produce a plan that has lasting impact? Thank you.
Thank you. Jeannie?
I'm Jeannie Galick, and while there are many good ideas in this plan, such as the Green Loop, as a SAC member, I'm not able to endorse it for the following reasons. Oops, I'm so loud. Okay, the plan fails to address environmental, sustainability, and habitat issues in any substantive way. Environmental issues are treated in vague, aspirational terms such as explore or consider. Instead, there needs to be specific benchmarks for air and water quality, riverbank restoration, green infrastructure, and climate change mitigation. Green infrastructure requirements should be as straightforward and targeted as FARs and building heights. You need to reinstate river and greenway policies, goals, and implementation items. In the West Quad, each district has unique river features and relationships to the water. But much of this language was removed because of potential duplication, and it needs to be reinstated and strengthened. It is this type of more focused policy that will help make our experience with the river cohesive while allowing for unique attributes in each of the districts. Specifically in South Waterfront, reinstate what was EN1, enhance the riverbank and shallow water to maintain and improve fish and wildlife habitat. And EN2, integrate riparian habitat enhancements on the bank with enhanced upland habitat. Those were just taken out. The plan needs to address the very real potential for conflicts between public activity and habitat, especially when you want to reactivate that riverfront. I am strongly opposed to raising the building heights downtown at the Morrison and Hawthorne bridgeheads. UD 8 and MAP 1B completely overturn a fundamental city policy of stepping building heights down to the river. The 1988 comp plan, which has served us well, saw this as a fundamental concept for economic success, public health, and civic attraction. There is no compelling reason for tripling these heights, and it would triple. Current heights assure for expansive openness, sunlight, and airflow. It provides views into the city and out of the city. It would also, we had a developer come who is going to provide, who wants to develop at the bridgehead, and he said that extra height is not needed for his project. Also, it keeps the waterfront at a human scale, which will harmonize well with the larger idea of making NATO a boulevard. Allowing this massive increase in height sets an alarming precedent. It constitutes spot zoning. And can it be confined to a limited area in the future? And should we be intensifying development close to the river in light of climate change and potential flooding? Lastly, a truly bold idea that was not really included in this plan is transforming NATO Parkway into a pedestrian-friendly boulevard, complete with wider sidewalks, trees, safe and frequent crossings, cafes, and other small-scale enterprises. This could be a far more effective tool for activating the riverfront rather than signage or marketing, and could act as an inviting green interface between the city and the river. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Suzanne Crowhurst-Leonard, Director of the International Making Cities Livable Conference, 1030 Northwest Johnson Street, Portland. Thank you for requesting the data on the effects of high-rise housing on mental and physical health at your last meeting. I hope you received my letter of August 18th and had a chance to read the 2 research literature reviews I attached by Evans and Gifford. The argument for promoting high-rise buildings is primarily an economic argument. The construction industry is the biggest generator of GDP. High-rise buildings are more expensive to construct and also frequently cater to luxury clients. Thus, high-rise buildings are the quickest way to double-digit GDP increases. But is it wise to promote the fastest GDP increase possible? We know rapid growth is not sustainable, and luxury high-rise development accelerates inequity. Is it wiser to achieve more moderate human-scale, more sustainable, incremental growth that does not jeopardize human and ecological health? The draft comprehensive plan makes it very clear that Portland intends to place a priority on health, equity, and sustainability. In so doing, Portland will place itself again as a leader among North American cities. High-rise is where the rubber hits the road. There is ample research, summarized by Evans and Gifford, to show that in general, people living in high-rises seem to have more mental health problems than those living in low-rises or houses. It's not really funny.
Please, quiet.
It's really not funny.
Let her finish her testimony, please.
Of the 8 studies, I'm quoting from these research reviews. Of the 8 studies, 6 provide evidence of poorer mental health, especially depression, among residents of higher floor levels. Women, especially stay-at-home mothers with young children, suffer more because high-rise creates more social isolation. They have to cope alone, while the children become frustrated at being shut in. There are more behavioral problems among children in high-rise. Children need to develop incremental independence as soon as they can walk, while children in houses and low-rise housing can play independently on the porch or in a courtyard, then around the block. This innate developmental need cannot be accomplished in high-rise. No wonder frustration and behavioral problems develop. So the social isolation that high-rise housing induces also causes depression among widowed elders living alone. The promotion of high-rise in the West Quadrant plan is inimical to Portland's stated emphasis on health, equity, and sustainability in the concept plan and the comprehensive plan. I hope you will request that the excessive height limits be reduced for housing. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Jeff Noodleman, Taz Loomis, and Jacqueline Peterson. Jeff, you want to get started?
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner Baugh, members of the commission. I'm Jeff Noodleman. I'm Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary of Harsh Investment Properties. I provided you with a copy of my testimony. A couple of reasons. I tend to talk very fast and get quite animated, and I'll try not to do that. And so just in case, you have my words right there for you. Just like everyone, I want to thank the commission, but mostly the staff and all the citizens who participated in developing this plan and the countless hours they put into it as they continue to have the recent growth for our city. As many of you know, Harsh has been a Portland-based company for over 60 years and has a long legacy of service and professional excellence, owning, managing, and adding value to real estate properties which promote healthy work and living environments. One of the stated missions of our company is to improve each of the communities where we live and work. And quite frankly, we see this as our home. And, you know, I'm a 4th generation Portlander, and everything we do from the business context is geared towards developing and promoting our city. We take our roles as stewards of the property we own very seriously, and we value our strong partnership with the city of Portland. We've been ardent supporters of the enhancements to the city's infrastructure, such as light rail and the streetcar, often at great expense, and will continue to champion the city as the West Coast premier destination for businesses to locate. And while we own property in probably most, if not all, of the quadrants and areas being discussed today, including working with the city, the PDC, and the future development, hopefully, of the Centennial Mills down on the river, my comments today are going to be focused primarily on the West End and the height restrictions. The plan being reviewed today envisions increased jobs and households in the area, and we intend to play a significant role in helping the city achieve those goals. When we purchase our properties, we do so with the knowledge of the restrictions on building and development. To that end, we plan and forecast future development based on those existing guidelines. However, as we continue to plan for these developments on our properties, we're concerned that any reduction in existing height restrictions would materially alter those plans and would not be consistent with the goals of the city. For example, we've discussed development of mixed-use projects on the properties, but not being allowed to build in a manner consistent with existing building criteria will not be conducive to supporting the city's goals. While we support fresh eyes and a 21st century lens on existing guidelines, we should be mindful and respectful of the planners and citizens who work to develop the existing strategies and not ignore the foundations that help make Portland a model of urban development for the entire country. There are numerous examples of similar buildings in our area, and we would like to focus on those as templates for success. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Taz?
Hi, my name is Taz Lumens. As an architect, board member of the Historic Old Church, and a professional urban planning blogger, I'd like to speak to the building heights of 250 feet or 25 stories that are being proposed as part of the West Quadrant Plan. We think that this height allowance should be reduced to 100 feet. That would allow for 7 to 9 stories and be a more appropriate fit for the character in the area. Though Portland is facing the problem of housing and burgeoning population within the given urban growth boundary, high-rises are not the solution. High-rises may house a great number of people within a relatively small footprint, but as we've seen in cities like Beijing, Vancouver, and Sao Paulo, they diminish the livability and social fabric of a city. Increased density can be addressed wisely within a 100-foot height allowance while keeping the character, livability, and social fabric of our city intact. As one of the few historic edifices from the turn of the century remaining in the West Quadrant, we fear that our building will be dwarfed and overshadowed by enormous high-rises that will engulf the original character of the area that is so important to the identity of Portland. Keeping building heights to 100 feet also ensures the new buildings will fit within the historic context in which they will be built. We are all for progress and understand that cities change, but we do think that it is possible to embrace progress and economic development and preserve the things that make Portland a wonderful place to live, its character, its livability, and its human scale, by limiting building heights for new construction.
Thank you. Jacqueline?
Thing makes more noise when you move it than people talking.
Yeah, it does.
I'm Jackie Peterson Loomis. I am a professor.
There you go.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My name is Jackie Peterson. Really close. Okay. All right. My name is Jackie Peterson. Preservation, about livability, about developing the waterfront, making us like the Paris of the Northwest, which we really are. I mean, we're one of those wonderful, beautiful cities in the Western world, and we are potentially on the threshold of really changing the feel and the look of Portland. And if you look at this map on page 28, one of the things that I want to draw your attention to are the white spaces. The white spaces on this map indicate not the ones to the far west, but along the waterfront and then in the Pearl are the West Quadrant's 5 National Historic Districts. All of these have height limitations of 75 feet, or in the case of New Chinatown, Japantown, 100 feet in one part of it and 75 in another, south of Everett. for whatever reason, and I'm going to call this blatantly an equity issue, we have testified at every single meeting, the new Chinatown, Japantown National Historic District is the only historic district in the West Quadrant that is being targeted for height increases. There is a plan that is being recommended here to raise the heights to 175 feet between Northwest 4th, which is the heart of Chinatown, to 5th. And you will see that if you look at the verbiage on this page, it says heights to 75 feet are for areas within historic districts. Heights up to 175 feet are for areas where other features
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Terry Chung. I'm the president of the Portland.
public-private partnership between local business people and the city of Portland. That being said, I also have concerns about the height allowances, and particularly for my area, which is the South Auditorium area. I just have a feeling that if you allow 460 and higher buildings along what's being called the South Transit Mall, that could seriously damage the physical feel of the area that I live in, which from my perspective is a real mid-century modern architectural gem. The other thing, as people have mentioned, I'm afraid that if you promote that kind of high-rise living throughout this area, that you may very well damage what I think are very healthy demographic mix that we have in our community. Right now there is what I think a wide range of both ages and income levels, and I would hate to see that move to a much more exclusive high income profile. In listening to the testimony, I'm concerned a little bit that the height restriction concerns are a not in my neighborhood issue. And again, I want to make it clear that I'm a proponent of redevelopment, and I'm not asking for 100-foot limits or anything like that. I'm really asking to make sure that you not increase the existing limits unless there's a real reason to do so. And then I'd like to close by saying that I am very appreciative of Implement Action Plan RC6, which takes the concepts of connectivity and tree canopy and open spaces that are consistent with the Halpern Landscape Conservancy and the Halpern Open Spaces and extending those to neighboring communities. I think that's great. I'm also very excited about RC5, which is the development of University Place and the Lincoln Max Station. I think that's going to be a huge benefit for this community, and anything that I could do to help with the process to make sure that the RC6 concepts are included in that, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, we have Helen Ying, Patricia Gardner, Roger Leachman.
Good afternoon. My name is Helen Ying, and I serve as the Vice Chair of Old Town Chinatown Community Association, also Chair for its Livability Committee. I also was a member on the Skidmore Old Town Chinatown Task Force and a PEC member for the city's comp plan Phase 1 planning process. Today, I come before you as a concerned Portland stakeholder. As we continue this journey of making Portland the best city in the nation, we need to stay true to the guiding principles of the work of the comp plan, which is healthy, connected city, economic prosperity and affordability, and thriving, educated youth. I'm going to speak particularly about two areas today, one being the Old Town Chinatown. As we have already heard from many people, that it is a vital hub for the central city. But today is lacking that vitality. And I've represented Old Town Chinatown before the City Council for asking the city to support, to make it a more vital. And I think the work, as it was alluded to earlier, what we're doing today is really the implementation phase of the comp plan. And so the issue of height is what has been discussed for ongoing as a contention issue for more than a decade. And that may have contributed partly to the lack of vitality in Old Town Chinatown today. And so what we know full well from the developer's point of view, it's a matter of financial feasibility. And from the viewpoint of the contenders, it's a matter of concern for degrading the historic aspect of the district, and also the concern about casting shadows on certain parts, vital parts of the district, such as the Lansu Chinese Garden. However, what I want to say today is that we need to move away from the all or nothing model, and that we need to look into strategic and innovative. Some folks have mentioned today about some innovative concepts and models have been done elsewhere, in the world as well as in our country. We need to really look at those approaches and to achieve a balance of historical preservation and progress at the same time. We need to ensure to bring the diverse viewpoints together and build bridges versus walls. We need to look at how to collaborate and ensure the design guidelines and review process can mitigate these concerns. And then in terms of parking, we already know there's limited parking in Old Town Chinatown. I was just talking with another citizen here today about how hard it is to find parking in Old Town Chinatown. So using a stick of closing service lots will not help save or preserve the historic buildings. In fact, in Old Town Chinatown, it will make it more difficult to leave vacant space without adequate parking, to lease vacant space without adequate parking. So working closely with PDC on a comprehensive parking strategy for the district and providing attractive ways for the redevelopment of service parking lots in the strategy we need to employ. It's not to close parking lots to create more shortage in the district. And I want to just take one more minute or so to say a little bit about.
Done. Can you wrap it up?
Yes, I am.
Real quick.
Real quick. So this is actually for a friend who is not here today. Her name is Betty
Can you
Jean
just
Lee,
turn her comments into Julie, and so we can move on?
and she wants to just ask for a grocery store in this area.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. My name is Patricia Gardner with the Pearl District Neighborhood Association, and we met multiple times with the planning staff at public meetings, and basically the conclusion is that this is building on decades of planning. This plan before you is building on decades of planning. As you are aware, the 1988 Central City Plan and Metro 2040 Plan created the visionary bones of a vibrant urban downtown core. Pearl District is a key element of that vision, with little existing building context as it is and was built primarily on a large brownfield of an abandoned rail yard. And I think people don't remember that, but that's reality. The Pearl was and is the perfect location for growth in the central city. The Planning Committee of the Pearl District has long been aware of our place in the region. The Pearl District is one of the key locations for density throughout the entire city. Density is built here to capitalize on the investments that the city has put into the Pearl. People talk a lot about the investments, and we're building on them on purpose. Density is built here to keep the city of Portland from sprawling into the Willamette Valley with the vision set out in Senate Bill 100. There's a reason we're building in the central city, and it has to do with the urban growth boundary. Density is built in this comparatively context-less location so that traditional neighborhoods may remain true to themselves. Flat City is a great idea, but if that means 8 and 10-story buildings in Mississippi, Hawthorne, Belmont, I think you're going to have a bigger fight than what we're talking about in the downtown core. And so density is built here because the Pearl District is part of the downtown core. The plan that you have before you went through a comprehensive public process similar to all the plans it is built on. In the case of the Pearl District, it is specifically built on the foundations of the River District Plan, the Pearl District Development Plan, the North of Lovejoy Plan, the North Pearl Plan, and numerous other plans of the district. These plans set out a vision of a dense urban central city neighborhood. The reality of Portland is that it's actually quite low density. We all think it's really big. It's not. Of 875 urban areas in the world with more than 500,000 population, 797 urban areas are more dense than Portland. One only needs to go travel to any of these other cities to understand the city is neither tall in height nor dense. We have room to grow in our central city. Moreover, we have room to grow in rich and livable ways that welcome more people of all incomes and diversity, not just the people who are living here now, but even more. The West Side Plan reflects this with innovation, sustainability, and resiliency, which will be key concepts in the next 25 years. It's critical that the plan moves forward with its focus of the central city as the urban heart of Portland. And just briefly, I've heard a lot of testimony about height. The main thing you all have to realize is there is no change to FAR. There are a lot of people worry about height. Really what they should be worried about is FAR, which is density. So what's going to happen if height goes up, the FAR stays stable? You're going to get a lot of lighter lighter buildings, airier buildings, which is what we played around specifically with North Pearl. So I do think it's really critical when you're hearing discussion about height to remember it is not crossed with additional FAR.
Thank you. Roger?
My name is Roger Leachman. I live on Southwest Vista, and I am a member of my neighborhood association, the Goose Hollow Foothills League. Personally, I can add little to the scholarship, the expertise, and the cogent reasoning that are put forth by Suzanne Leonard, Michael Mahaffey, and others in their critique of the proposed increase in height limits in my neighborhood and others in the West Quadrant. I second emphatically the earlier remarks of Wendy Rahm. My observations are simply those of a plain citizen, a resident whose day-to-day life is impacted by such decisions as are contemplated. From my living room window, I look at 735 St. Clair, 22 stories high, and the ugliest building, bar none, in Goose Hollow. Maybe the ugliest high-rise in Portland. I've only lived here 3 years, but I personally haven't seen any I'd consider worse. Built, I assume, in the early 60s, it is completely out of scale and out of character with its surroundings and the neighborhood. Contrary to earlier remarks concerning how this creates an interesting diversity of scale, I would say that there's nothing interesting about it, and we're not looking at a painting, we are looking at the livability of a city and a community. But that building is there for the duration, until the earthquake happens, and we can cue Jimmy Buffett. Moving directly to the human aspect, I would say that a trailer park displays more community and connectedness than such towers of psychological and social isolation. Yet such a habitation, and like or worse ones, are contemplated and permitted by the West Quadrant recommendation. My own unit is 6 stories. I know many of my neighbors, and we interact and we socialize. We look out for each other. One who works at Zupan's floral section brings in flowers to dress up the lobby. I feel a part of my neighborhood in much the same way as when I was a homeowner in single-family neighborhoods in Virginia and Minnesota. You do not have to be a devotee of Professor Putnam at Harvard to understand and sense that when the social fabric is abraded by isolation, detachment, etc., community erodes or becomes virtually non-existent. Exactly that happens in impersonal towers, which become like the infamous projects in Chicago, regardless of the income group inhabiting them. And when we rend the social fabric at the national, the state, the city, or the neighborhood level, we do so at our peril. Thank you.
Thank you. Next 3 are Joan Kavitka, Daniel Caven, and Dana Mueller-Crispin. Dana Mueller-Crispin. Joan?
My name is Joan Kavitka, a resident of American Plaza Towers Condo Association and a representative of a neighborhood group of South Auditorium Greenway Environs. We call ourselves SAGE, and we are strong advocates of the conscious development of the South Auditorium District. SAGE believes in 3 overarching themes that must be integrated into all stages of planning and development in this district, most notably the property owned by Portland State University, known as University Place. First, preservation and protection of the Halpern open space sequence. In 1963, landscape architect Lawrence Halpern was commissioned to design a new vision for Portland's urban renewal. His designs were unprecedented in 20th century American urban design, seeking to embody the transformative power of encounters with nature in urban public spaces. In his open space sequence, Halpern integrated high-density live, work, learn, shop in natural harmony and balance within the heart of the city. Metaphoric hills and valleys of the Cascades, basalt walls, cooling pools of rushing streams provide refreshing air for all of downtown from this canopy of trees. Protection and extension of the Halpern open space sequence in spirit, in form, and in function is vital to Portland's commitment to leading the future by design. Second, sustainable networks and ecological connectivity, Lincoln Street Station neighborhood. This district is a hub of the educational, commercial, transportation, residential network in Portland. The proposed green loop must blend with the existing Halpern sequence and surrounding residential corridors. The shadow zone of the Lee Kelly Sculpture Park, stewarded by residents of American Plaza Tower Condo Association, must be protected in future development plans. Lincoln Street Station must not be defined merely by its transit or transitory capabilities, but by its potential to stabilize connectivity between people, ideas, commerce, living in a dynamic flow. Linkages must be created that allow for safe pedestrian and bike access to Tillicum Crossing Bridge from South Auditorium as well as South Waterfront. Third, Portland's living legacy, downtown South Auditorium waterfront preservation of nature and culture. Planning and design regulations for the renewal of PSU's University Place offers the unique opportunity, once again, for Portland to assume leadership as a visionary 21st century city within a global framework. Future development of the 4-acre University Place must take into consideration, but not focus entirely on FAR ratios and height limitations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Daniel?
Thank you. Hello, my name is Daniel Caven. I represent Caven and Company, of which I'm the founder.
And talking about the richness of it, the heritage, the very low rise and mixture of historic buildings and so forth, in really incarnating much of Portland's cultural history, which has been and still is being lost way too quickly. The older buildings in the West End, as in other places in Portland, offer a number of quantifiable public benefits, such as affordable rents for people and businesses. To maintain the character and existing economic vitality, which is increasing very much in the West End, as we all know, our 100-plus historic buildings need to continue to exist and to continue to exist in human scale surroundings. Very important. Unfortunately, unwarranted building heights in the West End up to 460 feet were adopted in the year 2000 for the first time in order to address hopefully
getting rid of some of the parking lots there and the parking buildings, which didn't happen particularly, but this height raising, we feel, many of us feel, was an unfortunate misstep which needs to be rectified. Excuse me. But unfortunately, the draft West Quadrant plan perpetuates these blanket high-rise heights. We'd like to know what the real public benefits of the high-rises would be. Obviously, there are private benefits in building tall buildings. We've heard developers talking about, and that's fine. That's what our economy is all about. But what are the public benefits? I tried to wrap my head around how these permitted building heights in the West End would actually play out, and found that a build-out of the allowed heights could result in our small 54-block area, which is the West End, 7 buildings, the height of the 49-story office building, the Pac West Center, 418 feet tall. So 7 of those, plus 17 buildings, the height of the John Ross Tower in South Waterfront, which is 30 stories. 17 of those. So these 2 categories, if built out, would absorb nearly half of all the blocks in the West End. What would that do to the neighborhood and the city? Obviously, this kind of build out will not happen right away, but still, even scattered buildings of those heights in the fragile West End district would make an immense difference. So it would turn into anybody's anonymous big city, and West End would be gone.
Can you wrap it up?
Yes. I also want to say that public benefits in existing buildings, rehabbing existing buildings, also would support Portland's goal for low carbon development. Retaining these buildings produces far less carbon than is produced by demolition and replacement, regardless of how green the replacement structure may be. This was in one of the minority reports.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wilford, Mueller, Crispin, Lynn Longfellow, Debbie Kitchen. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Longfellow. I'm the Executive Director of Oregon Nikkei Endowment, which is a Japanese American History Museum in Old Town, and our other project is the Japanese American Historical Plaza along the waterfront between the Burnside Bridge and the Steel Bridge, also known as the Bill of Rights Memorial. I'm also on the Board of Directors for the Portland JCL and the Japanese American Ancestral Society. I'm here to address specifically really issues and concerns that we have for the Old Town Chinatown district. In regards to heights. For the past several months, members of the Chinese and Japanese American community have been present and testifying at meetings where programmatic and regulatory revival strategies for the neighborhood have been discussed and considered. Not only have they spoken, but the preservation of Old Town's historic resources of its 2 national historic districts was one of the top 3 goals to come out of the Old Town Chinatown Community Association's Neighborhood Forum, and was also part of that board's recommendation to the city and to PDC. The fact that there are still recommendations in this plan to allow heights to be raised up to 175 feet west of 4th Avenue south of Everett, and to do so before the writing of design guidelines, shows that these concerns have not been taken seriously and perhaps reflects a failure to understand the proper historic context for the neighborhood and its importance. This neighborhood has assets that can be found nowhere else in the city of Portland. It has historic roots in the activities of many ethnic groups when they first arrived in Portland. It is the only historic district in the city whose name specifically mentions certain ethnic groups, and yet it is the only historic district where height increases are being proposed. The city has placed a high value on cultural diversity amongst its staff, contractors, etc., but value of diversity emanates from the historic origins of a city, and the retention of historic districts, especially those that are deeply rooted in the ethnic neighborhoods should be prioritized. Historic and ethnic neighborhoods have proven to be important assets in almost all major cities throughout the country, but Portland has historically done a poor job of acknowledging the existence and importance of these neighborhoods, their character, and the role they played in the evolution of the city it is today. Examples include the Jewish and Italian neighborhoods that were steamrolled by urban renewal efforts in South Portland, as well as Eastern European neighborhoods in Northwest Portland. The history of this neighborhood also establishes a physical scale, which uniquely characterizes the area. The majority of the buildings, both new and old, are 3 to 7 stories in height, establishing a building scale that is modest and oriented close to ground level activities. A short walk through the district reveals the importance of this element and the need to maintain the current scale to keep from violating its essential character. It will appear that many of the principles contained in the West Quadrant Plan seemingly find their origins in traditional land use planning values, such as highest densities and building heights to be located in the urban core, but it is a mistake to blindly apply conventional planning principles in the entire downtown area as if the whole area is homogeneous. Because of this, we really urge and support the following of maintaining the maximum building heights of 100 feet. We strongly suggest that the city programs follow the common threads of historic preservations for this area that will result in the revitalization of an important community asset
Thank you.
unique to the city.
Thank you.
Hello, Wilfred Mueller-Crispin. I live downtown Portland. And just as a little bit of a background, I grew up in Germany, hence the little accent. But just in reference, Germany, Western Germany, as it was, the size of Oregon at the time housed 65 million people, just so you have a comparison. But rarely do you find a city there, except nearby Frankfurt, where I grew up, and it's gotten so much worse with a high density of very high-rise, non-livable buildings. They are for business. They are usually those sections with the high-rises are not very inducive to people going for fun, and they're crowding a lot of the wonderful historical buildings that are still there. Recently, I visited a city that had all the opportunities to build whatever they wanted, which was Dresden, just last month. You will hardly find a building that's more than 5 or 8 stories high. When you go into that city, you feel exceptionally comfortable. You feel sort of rejuvenated. You have light. You have wildlife within the city, birds, etc. There are a lot of open spaces between the buildings. And unlike Houston, which I just visited this spring for bird migration, which was totally, absolutely depressing and dead after 5 o'clock. And I'm worried that Portland is heading that way. I'm not against high rises. I live in one. I always appalled when people quote jobs. I used to be a small businessman. I see a high rise employing 50, 60 people. I had a small business. I employed 35 people. You don't need huge companies to create economical viability. So I urge you to reconsider the density of high-rise buildings in downtown Portland.
Thank you. Debbie?
Oops, I'm sorry. Let me do that for you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today on the draft West Quadrant Plan. I'm Debbie Kitchen, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Central East Side Industrial Council. Our board and members are concerned about the language and direction suggested in the downtown portion of the plan that would impact the ability to move freight out of the district. We are concerned specifically about the proposed removal or reconfiguration of the west side ramps on the Morrison Bridge, and to lessen the impact, statements such as lessening the impact of freight and general traffic on NATO Parkway destined to I-5 South from the Central East Side. The Central East Side is home to 17,000 jobs. We are the only district in the city that saw significant job growth during the recession. We're a vibrant district creating not only new jobs but new businesses that with regional benefits. The Central East Side provides a diverse and unique mix of products. Our businesses produce and distribute building materials, food products, furniture, coffee, beer, bicycles, machinery, athletic equipment, school uniforms. The list goes on and on. Many of the businesses are traded sector, meaning that they sell some or all of their products and services outside the region. Thus, they generate long-term economic prosperity for the region. Furthermore, the industrial composition of our district enhances the prospects for high-quality family wage jobs and opportunities, which helps meet the city's goal for equity. We need to be able to move these products to markets, whether local or beyond, in an efficient way. Without the West Side ramps, deliveries take longer, requiring longer driving time. They create more congestion in the downtown core and or on other critical access points, such as the Ross Island Bridge. They contribute more carbon emissions to the environment. Ultimately, the additional costs may lead some businesses to choose to move their operations and jobs outside of Portland, having a negative impact on the economic health of the city. The CEIC has fought hard to maintain the ability for freight movement in and out of the district. Removal of the ramp not only impacts our access to I-5 South, but our access north to Highway 30. We need the ramps and access to NATO Parkway. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. The next, Justin Fallon Dollard, Bob Salinger, Mary Vogel. Justin, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Justin Fallon Dollard. I'm with Portland Public Schools, where I'm employed as a planning and land use manager. I have served on the West Quadrant as a technical advisor, and then also as a stakeholder for the institutional campus zoning project, and previously as a PEG member for infrastructure and equity with the comp plan update. I want to call attention to Lincoln High School's proposed zoning change, which would go from high-density residential with the institutional residential comp plan designation to central commercial. It recognizes the unique location of Lincoln High School within Goose Hollow and the central city, and it provides opportunities for Lincoln High School to develop substantive partnerships. I also want to recognize that Lincoln High School is also unique in the sense that only 11% of its students receive free and reduced lunch. Benson High School, which is adjacent the southeast quadrant, has 65% students who are receiving free and reduced lunch. Benson is potentially to receive a zoning comp plan designation to institutional campus, which would be a new zone that the city is contemplating creating. The difference between the two is that Lincoln is more likely to actually have its zone change as part of the comp plan update, whereas the other high schools within the school district would have the comp plan designation changed, but not likely to have the zoning changed until after this process. So I want to draw your attention to potential inequity that we're looking at, where the school that is, even though it's located in the central city, is one of the more affluent schools, and our other school sites who also need to have robust partnerships and wraparound services that would benefit from the institutional campus zoning really need to have the zoning change happen as part of this comp plan update process and roll them together. And so we'd like to draw your attention to that. You'll receive additional testimony from the district as you have your hearings on the comp plan update. We'd also like to recognize the important work that's been done by staff, including Carlisle and his team, on the West Quadrant update and the proposed zoning for Lincoln. It's got the Lincoln community very excited, and they're looking forward to the opportunity to rebuild Lincoln, hopefully under the next bond program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I
Bob?
ask a clarifying question? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Want to make sure I understand what you said. So all the high schools will get the institutional comp plan designation, is that right?
Well, it's under discussion. That's being developed. So that would be an IC zoning. but it's not clear exactly when that would happen. It probably wouldn't, as we understand it, it wouldn't happen under the comp plan process in terms of actually bringing it into zoning, and the comp plan
So
designation would
there are
happen.
two steps. There's a comp plan designation, and then there's the actual zoning.
That's correct.
So the comp plan designation would happen for all the high schools at the same time? Is that
That's
right?
correct.
So what leads you to think that the actual zoning at Lincoln would change faster than the others?
If you read actually the details with the West Quadrant Plan update, the timeline for the Lincoln zoning would be actually, rezoning would actually be happening, but it's proposed to happen within the next year and a half.
So it's where we put it in the action steps?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Bob?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Bob Solinger. I'm the Conservation Director for the Audubon Society of Portland. I served on both the West Quadrant Committee and also the Northeast Quadrant Committee. Jeannie Galick and I submitted one of the minority reports on this process. And I think it is important to note that the two folks with an environmental background that you might consider environmental representatives, both were on the minority report. I think that's indicative of a real gap in this plan. And I want to emphasize, it was less a matter of conflict and dissent than simply the fact that we really didn't get to these issues. We met for over a year. We had, 16 meetings, and in my opinion, we just never really got to the environment. And that's a big disappointment because this is a big investment of time. And when you read the report, what you see is a lack of actions, very, very vague actions. You see a lot of placeholders, for baseline things like how much riverbank do we want to restore, how much permeable surface do we want, methodology for tree targets. Those things just weren't got to. They're placeholders in those reports saying, we'll get back to this, we'll meet with BES, and we'll figure it out down the road. And so it is disappointing, and I think this report really doesn't offer much for the environment. We have had discussions with staff since the end of the process, and we're starting to make some progress, but if we want these reports to really be integrated in these committees to serve their purposes, we have to do it as part of the process, not as a follow-on. But we do appreciate the work of staff since that time. Also, it really doesn't connect back to other plans that we've worked on, like the Climate Change Action Plan, the Urban Forestry Plan, and the Watershed Plan. We need to really figure out how to upload those plans up so that work has meaning and gets invested on the ground. The truth is, if I went to another city and I was asked what am I excited about in the West Quadrant Plan in terms of the environment, there's really nothing. There's nothing bold, there's nothing new, and there's nothing innovative in there. And I'm sad to say that because this is not one of our most conflicted landscapes. This is where we can really jump out ahead and do some exciting things. And I think we are resting on our green laurels. We have a great reputation, but I'm seeing us not lead any longer. I think the way we were leading 5 or 10 years ago is behind us, and we're assuming things are going to be green. You hear all the time, we'll just work that in. We'll just do it because we do that automatically. We don't. We don't do green any more automatically than we do the street grid or FAR or building heights. It's just as complicated. We have to think just as hard about it, especially if we want to keep our edge. So a couple of things I'll flag for you. River recovery, salmon recovery, almost nothing in here that's meaningful in terms of what we're going to do for our river. This is the greatest stretch of river from here to the confluence. Great opportunities. We've got to think big. If we want to recover salmon, we got to talk about restoring the banks, shallow water habitat, and connectivity on the uplands. We got to think about reopening the river to, where there are seawalls and doing what we've talked about in South Waterfront that's in the plan but isn't in the South Waterfront plan but isn't reflected in this plan. We have a real opportunity here to reconnect people to the river, not just for recreation, but for the ecology. We have an amazing resource with salmon migrating through the center of our town. We need to step up and meet our recovery goals that we've committed to in the past and reconnect people to the ecology.
Can you wrap it up, Bob?
Sure. Green infrastructure. I think I have still 19 seconds, right?
No, you're done.
Okay, sorry. Green infrastructure. If we're really serious about green infrastructure, we need some real hard targets. I think we should have requirements for eco-roofs. And finally, climate change adaptation. We need to really connect to the Climate Change Action Plan, crosswalk this, and make sure we're doing the things to adapt for climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary?
Hi, I'm Mary Vogel. I'm on the Portland Downtown Neighborhood Association Land Use and Transportation Committee, but I'm today testifying just on behalf of myself and my small business, Plan Green. As a resident of a building on Southwest 12th, it gets far too much air and noise pollution from I-405 and Highway 26. I totally endorse the concept of the freeway caps in the West Quadrant Plan. I believe they will greatly help allay such pollution and make the neighborhood more livable for families and the market rate renters and owners that we want to attract. I hope you, each member of the commission during your tenure on the commission, will help to move those forward. In their minority report, Jean Galick and Bob Salinger raise a concern that I share, that the proposed plan lacks enough specific environmental actions, timelines, and implementers. It has only one for the West End, where I live, on tree canopy, and that goal is woefully inadequate both for the health of neighborhood residents and workers and for the health of the planet. To substantiate my statement, I draw your attention to two recent news articles featuring Dr. Vivek Chandas of PSU. Perhaps you've seen them. This is the one from the Tribune. In any case, the Oregonian also published one on the health impacts of increased tree coverage with the reduction of NO2 and this one is on especially the urban heat island effect. Climate Central, based in Princeton and New York, reported that Portland has the fourth largest urban heat island index in the United States. Anyway, we need to increase tree canopy in the West End. Please consider adding specific goals for street trees on Southwest Columbia, Jefferson, 10th, 11th, and 12th, and increasing the recommended canopy coverage in the West Quad Plan for the West End area from 20% to 35%, the average for cities in the U.S. according to a 2010 USDA report. To create an environment that is far more livable and creates better health outcomes for its residents and anticipated residents. I've attached photos, and I asked that they be sent around during my testimony, of just 4 of the low-income apartments near Highway 26 and I-405 on Southwest Jefferson, Southwest Columbia, and Southwest 12th that have no street trees. Multifamily residences need street trees, not only on their side of the street, on both sides of the street to make them more livable. The plan should state that.
Mary, can you wrap it up, or are you done?
Okay, sure. Also, for commercial buildings like the Century buildings on Southwest 12th, having no street trees leaves a streetscape that is robs the building across from it, the 1200 building, from the protection from I-405. And I do want to endorse the Salinger report recommendations.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Gold and Fourth Philly, I'm not sure that's right, and Peter Ferrardi.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is David Gold, and I want to thank you for your difficult work in these issues. They're
Talking to the mic.
Get real close.
Okay, sorry about that. Is that better? I want to thank you for your hard work on these issues because obviously they're more contentious than I anticipated before I arrived today. Again, my name is David Gold. I own, or am partial owner of the Goldsmith blocks, and I should preface this by my remarks are focused on Old Town Chinatown. I'm the part owner of Goldsmith blocks, which is about a 50,000 square foot combination of 4 buildings in Old Town Chinatown, the Technology and Arts block, which is also a combination of 4 buildings in the Old Town, and a full block of parking. I'm a reluctant owner of a surface parking lot, but it's reality, so I have to deal with it. So I'm here really to talk about 2 issues. First, that increased height limits on certain properties within the district and proposal to close surface parking lots or tax them. Both these ideas are being promoted as tools to promote development in the Old Town Chinatown neighborhood. Increasing the height, I believe, would foster development. However, taxing or closing surface parking lots would not facilitate redevelopment whatsoever. Instead, it would create substantial new challenges in a district that is already facing too many challenges. I'd like to point out, before I even start with height, that we're only talking about 2 blocks. We're not talking about skyscrapers here. We're talking about 100-foot to 150 or 175-foot heights. And I realize there's a lot of talk here about 350, which is across the street, by the way. If you cross 5th from the 100, it goes from 100 to 350. On that block, we proposed, I worked for 3 years on the Uwajimaya grocery store. And in a town where unanimity is scarce, hard to find, I would say that it was universally accepted that Uwajimaya would have been a fantastic catalytic project for Old Town Chinatown. Ultimately, that project failed, partially because of the recession, but also because it just was not financially viable with the current lease rates in the neighborhood, and also the cost of parking, which I'll get to in a second. I think a couple people have hit my points. Daniel Caven talked about the quality of buildings. If we have a 75-foot or 100-foot limit, you'll probably get 75-foot buildings, and they will be massed as straight walls, maximum, just a block. And if you have a 175-foot height, you will get what Patricia Gardner was talking about, which is the same FAR, but a higher quality building, a slender design that goes up. I personally adhere to the philosophy that if a building's not worth building, don't build it. And my problem is that if we just figure out how to build something on the parking lot, for example, it will be a block of just a square block. And what I hope you guys will do is preserve the decision and the fight for later as to what that building will look like. I'm willing to say that in the future, the same people that are opposing heights right now will come back to the table and look at the actual massing of these buildings, and we'll have the discussion at that time. If you do not increase the height, there won't be a building to discuss. That opportunity will be closed.
Thank you. Ann?
Hello, Commissioners. It's Ann Forstuffel. I'm with the James Beard Public Market Outreach and Operations Director. And we want to do the opposite. We do want to take those empty parking lots that have no beautiful buildings on them and put some incredible buildings there. 2 indoor-outdoor buildings with a plaza connecting them that'll create economic development and connect the river to our downtown once and for all. The estimates we just got are from Eco Northwest, just got back our business plan. We'll create over 350 jobs, 250 at the marketplace itself, and we'll also attract, on a very conservative estimate, about 850,000 visitors. And when I say conservative, for whatever our demographics show, we compare it to Cincinnati and Cleveland, Ohio's public markets all the time, which I'm from Ohio, so I can speak onto this honestly. It's not the same food culture there. So it really is going to be connecting a place of sense of being, that connection of the waterfront and economic development. And we look forward to all your support.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the market site is at one of the bridgeheads that we're talking about for increased height, is that correct?
So the market site is at the foot of the Morrison Bridge, you know where the 2 clover leaves are?
Right.
So there's 3 parking lots there and a 4th parking lot that Melvin Mark, our developer, will be developing. So we have the 2 in the clover leaf, and then the one that connects it underneath will be the day plaza. So indoor, outdoor.
And is your proposal conditional on the new heights, or does it work with the current height regime?
Ours is working with the current height issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Wall, and members of the Portland Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Reza Farhoudi. I'm a concerned citizen living in the Central City. I'd like to thank city staff, first of all, for their work on the West Side Plan. I believe the plan does a great job of hewing to the city's original vision for the Pearl as a dense, mixed-use, mixed-income urban neighborhood. To place arbitrary caps on height and density would betray this vision and potentially threaten prime farmland at the region's fringe as we struggle to meet the housing demand for a growing population in the years to come. I can't reiterate this enough. Demographic preferences are changing. Millennials have demonstrated a greater willingness to move into cities, and cities are naturally dense places. It is inherently sensible to concentrate density in the central city in order to create vibrant neighborhoods. Density helps support all-day frequent transit service for car-free residents. Density also helps support businesses that stay open past 8 p.m. We know that Portland is not lacking in traditional traditional single-family neighborhoods. When we talk about the public benefit of greater height and density, I believe that the Pearl, the West End, Old Town Chinatown, Northwest Portland is where it makes the most sense to build tall and dense to protect these traditional neighborhoods. Therefore, I urge the Commission to approve the West Side Plan as constructed and submit for the City Council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three, Jason Franklin, Christopher Capilla, and William Galen. And again, if anybody, last call to see if anybody wants to testify. We only have two more after these three, and then we're going to close the hearing. Jason, you want to get started?
All right. Thank you, Chairman Baugh and members of the Commission. My name is Jason Franklin. I'm the Director of Campus Planning and Design at Portland State University, and I was a member of the Stakeholder Advisory Group, and I think attended just about every meeting, so I've heard a lot about what you've heard about today. I want to say a big thanks to staff for all their work on this and for incorporating Portland State's request for increased FAR at the University Place Hotel site, as well as a change in plan designation from some of our other parcels. PSU obviously has a big interest in downtown Portland. We occupy over 50 acres, have 30,000 students, 4,000 staff. And at Portland State, we're not only selling an excellent education, we're also selling the city of Portland. And we're selling the vitality and the future of the city of Portland. And in order to have a vital downtown, a vital city, we really have to have a dense downtown core and a dense area around the city. So I encourage the Commission really to adopt the West Side Quadrant Plan that was approved by a majority of the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. I also want to recount what the mayor asked the committee and staff to do at the beginning of the process. He asked us to think big, to think 30 years down the line, to really think about a new vision for downtown. And I think a lot of that discussion has gotten lost in the discussion about height, unfortunately. And really the discussion about height is really, I think, a small portion of what makes downtown a great place. And so we have to look, I think, and I encourage the Commission to look at what are those things that will continue to make downtown Portland a great place. The building or the design and construction of the Green Loop, the idea of at Broadway and Burnside of a Times Square for Portland, and really for reclaiming the riverfront and looking at the river as an asset that we can all get behind, one that we should embrace all year round, and it should not be walled off in the best years of the summer, but instead be open to everybody. And I think we can all agree, though there may be some disagreement about height and other things here in the room, I think most people can agree that the river is a big asset for the city, and we should really take a hard look at what it's going to take to reclaim the Willamette, both for the people who live and recreate in downtown, but also for the species who call it home. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher?
Thank you. I've got the microphone.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, go.
William Galen, 1221 Southwest 10th Avenue. I've lived in South Portland all my life. I was born 5 blocks away from where I live now. I'm here to object to the proposed height allowance in our area of the city. I think 400 feet or 300 feet is monstrous. The center of our district is Portland's treasure, the South Portland Park blocks. Those are constructed on narrow blocks, substandard for Portland. They're less than 200 feet. They have a narrow street on each side of them, and to threaten that with large buildings would be a sin. Our area is labeled a cultural area. We have the Portland Art Museum, we have the Oregon History Center, we have the Performing Arts Center. We surround a number of churches that have been here longer than I have. And I'm recommending that the committee do not proceed with this high limit of proposed buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Now you can go, Chris.
I'm Christopher Kopka. I'm with Downtown Development Group. We're a property owner and developer in both the West End and in the Skidmore Old Town District. So I'd like to talk about some aspects of each of those. And I hope I don't run out of time before I get to the second point. I'm going to try to talk about two major points. One are the height discussions going on in both those districts. I just want to be quick to point out for you that in the West End District, there are no recommended increases in height. They're asking for the same height. So for those who are talking about making it 100, you're actually making a reduction. And this next statement would be true for both districts. You could not pick a more inopportune height to build at than 100 feet. A 75-foot building is generally known as a Type 5 building. It has lesser quality to it. That's already been discussed. It has lesser fire life safety provisions. It has lesser amenities. And you can get a 75-foot building that way, but it's not a long-term building. It's not, as David Gold said, I don't want to just build a building. I want to build a building for the future that lasts and has meaning and place. And so I think working at a Type 5 kind of structure is not the kind of place we want to be in terms of building a long-term city. When you get over 75 feet, you move to a Type 1 construction. Yes, people are right, it is substantially more expensive. It has all those additional elements that you don't have in Type 5, but it is much more durable, much more flexible in terms of design. But going to 100 feet means you've got another 25 feet to work within for all those additional expenses, and it's simple the math that just doesn't work. And so, regardless of what number you pick, the 100 is just about the most inopportune you could come up with if you really want to see Type 1 buildings, quality buildings for the future of the city of Portland. And that goes for both districts I'm active in. The other issue I'd like to talk about is the Skidmore Old Town District itself. I'm going to suggest to you that the discussion about basically legislating out surface parking lots is a red herring. It's a scapegoat. It's not the issue why the area hasn't redeveloped. The reason the area hasn't redeveloped is because the rent structure and some of the social issues there simply aren't allowing new buildings. We have proposed new buildings. We have taken it to PDC. They don't deny the numbers. They say they don't have the money to help at this point from the downtown waterfront district, but it is simply an economic program. So I hope you would do what you received a report. I know it's this report from the Skidmore Old Town District, a collective of 25 property owners, tenants, building owners, and very cogent recommendations. There are 25 recommendations about how to redevelop that area, and not any of them include having to take after parking. It's about, I'll give you a good example of where I think you can look and see. If you look at the concerted effort between NATO and First Avenue, north of Burnside and Skidmore Old Town, where you had the Oriental Medicine building, the University of Oregon building, Mercy Corps, if you take that same kind of approach, you can make a change, and it's a positive change, and it's a great change, as opposed to just thinking you can outlaw one use and somehow it's going to change the character of the area. It's a much more refined strategy than that, and we're going to encourage you to look at the kinds of recommendations that are in this report and follow that path as opposed to any other path. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Quick question for you. You referenced the area around Burnside and how that worked well, and that a like strategy might be a better approach for surface lots, et cetera. What made the difference there?
It focused on building development. How do we make buildings work? Not what is the current use or the prior use. We have redeveloped. We own surface parking lots there, and we have redeveloped surface parking lots throughout the city. We've taken a building that had a floor of parking up in the West End, and taken out the parking completely and put in office. It's not about the parking use, it's about the economics. And until we focus on the economics of a district and how buildings get built and how they work, today's market, that district is a $20 a foot market. A new building is $35 a foot, $38 a foot. Until we come to grips with that and allow the code to either build much more efficiently, which we haven't found so far, or we get to doing the kinds of programs that were done with PDC on the 3 buildings I mentioned, and north of Burnside, we're going to have a strategy languishes. We're working on a development proposal right now. It's no secret. It's an extended stay kind of a home situation or extended stay hotel. It's a difficult project. We've submitted another project to the city with an architectural firm for a 5-story building. And we get to the point where you can propose one, but financially it doesn't work. And until we get a series of programs that allow that to happen. And by the way, the city's taken some steps in this regard already. They did some stuff on housing with system development charges. That's one of those 25 recommendations.
So Chris, it's a gap funding situation.
It is, and that's how we're going to get there, I think, not legislating stuff out. I think it's about what can we do positively going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. One last time, if there is anybody else that wants to testify, please give Julie the card. These are the last 3. Dan Petrich, John Kveknik, and Tim Nelson.
You sure it was John Russell?
No.
He's wandering around.
He just turned his card in.
I've asked.
Nope.
Sorry.
Dan, you want to go?
Sure. I'm Dan Petrusich, president of Melvin-Mark Development Company. I was also a member of the West Quadrant Stakeholders Committee, and I represented the Portland Business Alliance. In addition to that, I'm a former president of the Goose Hollow Foothills League. I want to talk about 2 things, mixed use or flexible zoning and increased building heights. And first, I'd like to talk about flexible zoning, and that's something that is not controversial and is in the plan, and that's to change areas that are, in some cases, strictly one type of zoning, whether it be commercial or residential, and make it flexible so that you can have several types of zoning. And I want to echo support for the Lincoln High School CX zoning that was talked about. That does allow for a lot more flexibility. Again, this part of the plan is not controversial. It gets more and better development. The Pearl District's probably the best example of that, where you get a 10-minute neighborhood where you can walk to work, home, and play. Areas that have flexible zoning are a lot more successful. Secondly, I'd like to talk about height limit increases and adjustments and flexibility. I recommend adoption of the increased height limits at the bridgeheads and most of the downtown area. I think maybe a little more work needs to be done on Old Town Chinatown. But I do echo Patty Gardner's comments about increased height, but not an increase in density. You're going to have thinner, better buildings that will allow more light for the area. As a comment, Portland is by far the shortest city on the West Coast. I mean, we have, if you look at the other cities on the West Coast, Seattle, tallest building is 943 feet. San Francisco, 853 feet. LA, 1,100 feet. San Francisco has 45 buildings over 400 feet. Portland, if you want to count Pac West Center, which is 399 feet, we only have 4. So we're a pretty short city as it is. And some people have said we need to be more like Paris, and Paris has the vast majority of the city is 121 feet, but it does have a financial district with a building that's 689 feet tall. So there are places in good cities that taller buildings belong, but you know, if you look at Portland zoning and where the 460 feet area is, almost all of that in downtown is already developed, and you're not going to see buildings built there. It's in the financial district down by U.S. Bank Tower. So the fact that it shows up on a map somewhere doesn't mean that it's ever going to be developed.
Can you wrap it up?
Pardon me?
Wrap it up.
Yes, I will. So in summary, I'd like to recommend that, urge you to move forward with the West Quadrant plan that was adopted and voted on by the vast majority of the SAC members. Flexible zoning and increased heights are good for the city. allow blighted areas to develop, and will enhance livability.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Howard?
Just a quick question. Do you consider Paris a good example of city planning? Because it's a pretty...
I didn't bring it up. I mean, I brought it up here, but I've been to so many meetings where people said Portland needs to be like Paris. Well, Portland needs to be like Portland.
Well, no, I was really asking whether you think that's good or bad planning.
I don't want to take that one.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is this on?
No, press a little button. Should be up.
Is it on now? Button's up. Button's up. Now I'm on. Just need to sing into the karaoke. My name is Tom Nielsen. I am reading a submittal from Michael McAfee, who is in Buenos Aires. He is sorry that he is not able to be here and testify on his own. He is co-organizer of a conference with the UN Habitat, serving as academic chair on the future of cities and the steps we must take to ensure that they are truly sustainable, livable, and equitable for all. This conference output will contribute to Habitat 3, the UN Conference for Guidance of Sustainable Development Goals of 2030. In working with urban development leaders in many cities internationally, I find that Portland is greatly admired for its leadership in safeguarding its livability and avoiding or courageously reversing the disastrous mistakes made by so many other cities. I think that Portland has a special privilege, and I dare say a special obligation, to maintain its leadership position and not to do harm to its remarkable livable heritage. As Hippocrates put it, first do no harm. I think that in planning our cities, we must guard against a common but dangerous supply-side model that suggests that real estate deregulation, including height dysregulation, is the answer to our problems. This pervasive way of thinking has had devastating results in cities like London, San Francisco, Manhattan, and many others, resulting in increasingly expensive cores dominated by the wealthiest of citizens, with only a minority of subsidized residents and a large gap in between. This is not an equitable approach, and it does not produce livable cities for all. In that light, I must say that I find the proposed move to deregulate building heights in the proposed West Quadrant plan to be ill-considered and extremely unwise. It is not in character with the legacy of human-scale reforms that have distinguished Portland planners, and is more characteristic of the actions of those who are reckless fans of the false promises of modernity, who perhaps wish they lived in bigger, more architecturally fashionable cities. But I have seen the results of this kind of thinking in too many sad examples around the world. Indeed, we only have to look at the unhappy examples of the 1960s in Portland and elsewhere. I think we must guard against this height of folly, in a manner of speaking, such as an approach does not contribute to livability, and as abundant research demonstrates, that claims to sustainability are deeply flawed. In the end, what is at stake is an economic issue as much as any other kind. Livability is Portland's most precious economic asset. It should not trade that asset away only to become a pale imitation of other cities like Vancouver or Shanghai. Moreover, equitable, healthy, livable urban development at a human scale is good for everyone's bottom line and the city's sustainable well-being. Portland's most important role, then, may well be to serve, or to continue to serve, as a leading laboratory of new urban success. It is our unique privilege and our opportunity, I think, to show the world another wiser way.
Can you wrap it up?
I'm wrapped.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm John Zarnicki. I'm an architect, and my last name is spelled C as in cat, Z as in zebra, Arnecki. I own a business at 208 Southwest Stark Street, Suite 205, Portland, 97204. I speak today in appreciation of the efforts city staff, other commissioners, and members of the public have brought to bear in developing the West Quadrant Plan. I also speak in conditional support of the plan with the following comments. Regarding intended density in the West Quadrant, there are now considerable questions regarding the ability of new tall buildings to accomplish density goals while maintaining and enhancing the economic, social, and environmental livability of urban spaces. Locations and the height of taller buildings must be investigated and analyzed with those goals in mind. I ask you to please support the minority report you've received and prepared by SAC member Steve Pinger. Among other specific concerns, Mr. Pinger questions the long-term usefulness of currently proposed building height patterns without sufficient study of their need or their effects on livability in specific planned proposed locations. Mr. Pinger's report has received considerable public support of West Quadrant residents and business owners. It also receives the formal support of the Northwest District Association, on whose behalf he was granted membership in the SAC. Please also support today's expert testimonies and evidence of Mike Mahaffey, Suzanne Cowhert-Leonard, and Wendy Ram, and many others who have actively questioned the environmental sustainability, livability, and long-term economic value of tall urban buildings. Regarding the character of historic environments. Also included are some brief requests for specific changes to the currently published plan. 1, the plan describes intentions of sensitivity, page 27. The plan describes intentions of sensitivity to use historic resources in development. This intention should be introduced on page 27 under attractions and special places. Please include the italicized language in the historic district paragraphs. Districts may be significant for different reasons and have their own character. Now this is italicized, but all should include structured and spaces that reflect social and architectural language. And then this is added too. Their value can be further enhanced by use as precedent for future sensitive development. Update the HRI, make a better coordination between the illustrations in the plan and the specific characters of neighborhoods talked about. It's really a shame there are only 2 photographs of West End, for example, and they're completely inadequate. I'm going to read one short paragraph, please.
Not a paragraph, a couple words.
Okay.
That was 2 words.
That's it.
Good words.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All new things built with the idea of preserving the beauty of the city and adding to it. A.E. Doyle, September 6th, 1906.
Thank you.
Thank you.
These are the last 2, Steve Pinninger and John Russell. Anybody else that wishes to testify?
I would have probably needed that.
John, you want to go? John?
Mr. Chair Baugh, Vice Chair Schultz, Vice Chair Shapiro, members of the council, I'm John Russell. Early in the hearing, you heard from Ethan Seltzer, who is a member of a group assembled by Bing Sheldon. A couple of years ago, actually, and Bing tried to assemble a group of people distinguished by one fact. We'd almost all served on the Planning Commission, had some knowledge about, some informed opinions about how things work. Art DeMuro, who passed away, was on the committee, chaired the Landmark Commission, and I chaired PDC. And Sheldon presented what he thought was a Gordian knot. Why has the Skidmore Historic District, one of only 2 national landmarks in the state, why has that not developed? You can't say that it's for lack of capital improvements. It was an urban renewal area. It expired. The city invested in the Tom McCall Waterfront Park. The light rail goes right down First Avenue. It bisects the whole district. So it wasn't the lack of capital investment. It wasn't the lack of time. And frankly, it wasn't the lack of studies. There have been interminable studies. And what we all concluded is that that district is almost unique in the city in the preponderance of asphalt lots. And in our opinion, there is not a worse neighbor you can have. It's just a dead neighbor. For example, Vice Chair Schultz talked about the need to revitalize the waterfront. If you take the distance between Fire Station 1 and the end of the Morrison Bridge, the southern end, guess how much of that is buildings? 85% of that distance is parking. How can you revitalize the waterfront when only 15% of that frontage is buildings? There are several city policies that I think are cast in stone. In the early 70s, when Bing was chair, asphalt lots were declared by just ipso facto a blighted use. You couldn't create any more. And secondly, the city decided that in lieu of a spread out surface parking lot system, we wanted structured parking. That's what gave rise to Morrison Park East, Morrison Park West, and the Old Town Garage. But it never really carried that down to the Skidmore district where, with an accident of history, so much of that historic fabric was lost to surface parking. Why? Because it was too close to the city's core. Believe me, if the Pearl District had that preponderance of parking, it never would have prospered. So we're happy with the wording in the staff report because it says, let's not give up on this issue, and let's not, as Ethan Seltzer said, look back 40 years from now and wonder why we didn't do something different.
Thank you. Steve, go ahead.
My name is Steve Pinger. I live at 2669 Northwest Xavier Street in Northwest Portland. There we are, in Northwest Portland. I have had the unique experience over the last year and a half of being a member not only of the SAC for the West Quadrant Plan, but also trying to filter the comings and goings of that committee to the Northwest District's Planning Committee, which is, if you can get one opinion out of each member, you're doing pretty well, an average of one opinion. So it's been an interesting year and a half. I wasn't really planning on testifying today because I drafted the minority report, or shepherded the minority report, and hopefully it presents its argument. So I would just simply request and encourage you all to read it and read it carefully. I did want to say that it is not intending to be anti-tall building. The minority report is, of course, about building height policy. It is not intended to be anti-tall building. It is intending to encourage a meaningful distribution of tall buildings. The view, I believe, is that the allocation, the distribution, and a number of tall buildings as a planning, from a planning standpoint, has gotten increasingly diffuse over the last 40 years, since the time of the original downtown plan. And that there is a need, I think, to begin to focus and plan for these dense, tall buildings in specific areas and not simply allow them throughout the West Quadrant. So it's a great set of issues. My view towards tall buildings as an architect and development consultant, my view through participating with this process over the last year and a half has evolved considerably. And it has particularly evolved to the point of getting me to go walk around downtown Portland in ways, that having lived here all my life, I haven't really entirely done before, and really trying to ascertain what are the impacts of big buildings to a person in the street, to a person on the sidewalk and in the street environment, because I feel that that is absolutely the question that's here in terms of assessing the public benefit. We're all aware of the private benefits. There's no question about that, and the economic aspects of this. But I think our charge is a little bit different. I think our charge is really to understand how do we keep Portland, Portland, if that's in fact what we want to do. Because I'm in my walking around Portland, as though I had never been here before,
have come to understand that there are parts of the city that really are the soul of this city.
Okay.
And we need to protect them.
Are you done?
Would you like me to wrap it up?
Yes. Done. Great. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else that wishes to testify? If not, the hearing is closed. And I'd like to ask Carl to come back up, and I'd like to ask the commissioners 30 seconds each on themes that you heard today. And then if by 2 weeks you can get questions to staff, we will come back on October 21st and have a work session on the Central City Plan and have staff answer our questions and agencies or come before us and work with us. So we'll start with you, Mike, and just if you have themes you want to, 30 seconds or less.
Well, I actually have jumped the gun perhaps, and what I tried to do was, and I sent copies to you folks and to staff, asking staff to come back on the 21st to address the issues that have been raised regarding the environmental lack of specificity, and in particular, trying to get a handle on the inherent conflict in increasing activity, focusing development on the river, looking at potential future flooding, climate change, issues like, can we in fact restore habitat and maximize access to the river in the same location, or do we need to look at the fact that there are some areas that those may be incompatible? So I have a series of questions. I threw one in that I bring up virtually every time regarding Ross Island, which I'm very concerned about in Holgate Channel. So that's kind of an add-on. And the staff, I actually discussed these questions with staff. They seem perfectly comfortable with addressing those come the 21st. Regarding building height, I have some significant concerns that I share with folks who are concerned about height, but I frankly do not feel well enough informed to make a recommendation. So I really would like us to get some information from a design perspective, the issue regarding height versus FAR, flexibility of design and so forth, and what the impacts would be.
Gary?
It was 5 minutes.
Building height, and I remember when I moved to town 36 years ago, just walking around. There you go.
There you go.
Oh, sorry. Be the hearing impaired person forgetting the mic. When I moved to town 36 years ago, I remember just how nice it felt to be in downtown Portland and the sense of scale and sense of space. And so I'm really pleased to see that many other folks in the audience shared that concern and that feeling. But like Mike, I really feel like I need to know more about what's driving the height. I'm struck by the fact that we have, quote, headroom in our current height regulations where it has not been developed to the extent that height has not been used to the extent it could be at this point. And so I'm really wanting to know from staff, really what are the economic drivers of height? And when we look at those economic drivers, what is it that we end up implicitly embracing, and what is it we end up that we risk losing when we embrace height? So I think really looking at height, density, flexible zoning, all that, I'd like to know more about.
Karen?
So as a member of the Chinese American Citizens Association, I am particularly drawn to the subject around Old Town Chinatown. I'm thinking of the words that I heard today from Christopher, from Helen, from Lynn, from Mr. Chung, and many others. I am very saddened by Portland's Chinatown, and I've said this to Helen many times. We spend quite a bit of time in San Francisco's Chinatown because that's where CACA has a lot of its meetings. It's vibrant, it's beautiful, it's safe, it's proud. It has a proud tradition for the people that live there and work there. And I feel sorry for the people that work in our Chinatown and own businesses there because I drive through there to get home, and I'm afraid and I'm in a car. So I'm just really incensed about this subject. And what I think it says about us is, frankly, that in a big sense, we don't care. I wonder what this says about us, that there just cannot be another 40 years where somebody looks back on this and says, yeah, what are we going to do to beautify the Skidmore Historic District in Chinatown, and we're all just going to sit here. So those are my comments.
Howard?
Well, I have a couple of thoughts, and I'll speak them here. Nobody today addressed mixed age housing, and I feel as a representative of one age demographic, I think we need to include that in the West Quadrant Plan, provision for seniors, if I can use that word, to comfortably live in that community affordably and healthily. But the overriding conversation that I heard today had to do with height and height limits and the concerns around that. And it's the classic, I think, example of the two sides of development that come into contact when you talk about height limitation. What I'd like you to ask you to do, Carl, is do some real serious Googling around best practices in the world. How are other cities in the world handling this situation of height? There must be, and I think there are, some very unique ideas that come out of certainly Scandinavia and Europe where they live very close to one another, where height is compromised with livability. And I think that's what we're going to try to struggle with here as a commission, is to find a compromise that works for everybody. Solomon, if you will, cutting the baby in half. So the best practices issue is something I really want to focus on. And then how about some information for old folks about living in the West Quad?
Kat?
I'm kind of saddened because so many people left. And so really my comment was just going to be what a testament to all the previous planning efforts for how many, not to belittle all those with commercial interests who testified today, but how many residents of downtown Portland were here. I just had this like overall moment of, wow, this is so great that people live here and care. So really, I just want to say kudos to all the previous efforts that have made that happen. And then really as an issue, and Carl, I'd say from my point, I think we could have spent more time maybe talking about or putting some more significant affordable low income or housing specific targets in there, and maybe they're in there and I'm just forgetting because there's a big document there. And so that's where I'd like to see more work done personally.
So on the height issue, I think we have maybe a little bit of a process challenge here, because this is really not a West Quadrant question. It's a Central City question, or even a all of Portland question. Sure. Mm-hmm. And you know, I'll frame the choice very simply as sort of Paris versus Vancouver, right? And what kind of city do we want to be? And yeah, we're going to be a hybrid. We know that. We're already sort of in between, but which direction are we going to lean towards? And I think, you know, the 1980 comp plan sets us on the path at least partway towards Vancouver. But what I hear in the community is, you know, some people who want to question that. And, you know, since it's been 35 years since we did a comp plan, it seems to me if we're ever going to ask that question, this comp plan is the time to ask that question. And I wonder if we can make some space between when we finish all the quadrant plans and when we integrate those into a central city plan to have a conversation with community about what height means throughout Portland. You know, I like both Paris and Vancouver, so I don't particularly have a horse in this race, but you know, I want to see the community have a chance to have a conversation. And then, you know, I think the West Quadrant plan basically starts with the assumptions of the 1980 comp plan, so it's about how do we move in the direction of Vancouver and do it well. So, you know, within that frame, I think some questions specifically and concern about the old town question and the equity issues that were raised today. And intrigued and interested in getting a little more information about the public versus private benefits of height that were discussed today. You know, I'm not very educated on that, but given the equity lens we're trying to view everything in. I'd like to see us as a group get a little smarter about that. On the parking in the Skidmore district question, I think I'm a little bit with Ethan. I'm open to a variety of tools, but I'd like to not have us be having the same discussion in 30 years. Why haven't we managed to get buildings on those lots yet? So I'm interested in coming out of this plan with an action plan that we believe will get us there, not just that aspires to get us there someday, but that we believe will get us there someday. I have a list of other issues that I've written down here, and I'll do an email to staff, but I would echo Kat's point about being a little more conscious about how we're talking about affordable housing in this plan.
So I'm just going to pick up on affordable housing. In the West Quadrant plan, there's an increased attention to increasing workforce and more middle income housing. But again, it lacks that attention to affordable housing. It's great that we need to increase housing for all income levels, but I also want to see where we're going to compensate for people being pushed out of Old Town and Chinatown, given increased rents. So I'd like to see, I think there needs to be a greater attention to detail and it's been raised in testimony for historical preservation as well as economic development and affordability. How do we balance those three components? And then I have a few other points, but I think it is important that we reevaluate. We heard a lot of testimony on heights and what it does for how one feels. But I think it's also important that we do look at reevaluating the financial feasibility and resiliency factor of buildings that a lot of some of the developers brought up. So reevaluating if the height limits are really working within those bounds and those realities. Thank you.
So on the building heights, I'll just say I'm not alarmed by the proposal for building height increases here and there, but I would advocate a much more surgical approach. And I need to do some thinking myself about that. And what I would propose, I work and as a result live part-time in cities that have very tall buildings. In Dubai and Abu Dhabi, everything is at least 20 floors. And the problem there is that it's just too much height in too many places. And I think what Steve Pinger and his minority report and others are advocating is do this carefully, do it in the right places. And I think the other thing they're advocating is save the buildings that have the right scale and the right character, and make those blend in with it. And I'm going to take his advice and I'm going to walk around more and look at it before I pose my questions. But not against height, I don't think they are either. They're just concerned that we do it surgically, carefully, in the right places. So I don't think we're far apart on the issue. People really care about it, and it's because they care about their community and their neighborhood. The second thing I'll comment on are the environmental issues. And Mike, thanks for your memo and on points that you sent out. That made me think. And my concern is, are the environmental issues in the right place? Do they need to be in this plan? They probably do. Because I think we're doing river plan, we're doing a lot of other comp plan efforts, and should all those issues be reflected and evaluated as part of this plan too? I'd like clarity around that, Carl. Where are they best placed? Because I'm sensitive to Bob Salinger's comments about the fact that they might be underplayed a little bit here. Okay. The other thing I'd like some clarity around is the flooding issue along the Willamette shoreline as it goes through southwest quadrant, and what measures might make sense to attenuate that and deal with it. I'd like to learn more about that as we move ahead. And then Ross Island, I don't know if Ross Island is part of this or not, but it's certainly a concern, and I sympathize with what Mike has said about some of the kind of enforcement issues and other things that are going on the island. And it's part of our park system. Is that correct, Mike?
Part of it.
Okay. So, it's part of our green infrastructure, and we need to pay attention to it. Thanks.
First, I want to thank, we had 40 individuals testify, and I want to thank, I know a lot of them have left, but I mirror your thoughts. A lot of residents from downtown Portland came and testified, and I think that's good, talking about your neighborhood and giving your perspective. I found that most helpful in kind of as I thought about how do I think about downtown and how do I think about, someone mentioned the soul of Portland and what does that mean? So I want to thank everybody for testifying. In terms of themes, I mean, I know we talked about parking, we talked about low-income housing, we talked about height, but I kind of fell back on the Portland plan, and it's, there is, and when you say soul of Portland, there's a lot to your soul, and so we can't look at height in to my view, in isolation. So when I think about height, I think about what's the impact of on height and affordable housing and the relationship. What's the impact of height or parking on land supply? If you think about a 25-year plan and parking and land supply to buildings, and that gets to, do you need the height? And the other side is FAR use. Health and height, heard some comments around that. We have health in our Portland plan. The height to demographic concern intrigued me, and I don't know how to address it, but just some thoughts about, does height truly lead to a demographic specifically? Or does it, or can't, and if it does, how do we mitigate that from that standpoint? And I think environment is a critical component. I'd leave it to Mike to talk about. People have talked about low-income housing, Cat, and we've gone, so I think the low-income housing component is a missing component. And I think we need to address that downtown. That's it.
Hey, Andre, I apologize, I forgot a couple things I wanted to add on building heights. You know, I'm very keenly interested in how we might have taller, more slender buildings. So I think those fit in with historic buildings and other buildings in a very interesting manner. So they don't take up a large footprint on the ground. I'm also keenly interested in the first 30 feet, the first vertical 30 feet of tall buildings. That's what resonates with me when I'm walking neighborhoods. And this idea that people become mentally ill when they live in tall buildings does not resonate with me. I know a lot of people, and I think some of them that are sitting right here, that are extremely well adjusted, that live in by comparison. By comparison.
Matter of opinion.
So anyway, I don't see the health risk is the point I want to make around this.
All right, one more, we got to move on. One more.
I just want to say one thing that I keep hearing with relation to heights, and so it might be something to think about, is building height and residential living. And so don't forget, we're talking about central city, downtown, and there's a lot of tall buildings that make sense as an office footprint. And so there's going to be a mix there, and just keep that in mind as we're talking about it, that's all.
Yep.
Process question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
We've closed the hearing, but are we leaving the written record open through our work session?
It's up to you. Do you want to leave the written record open?
I suspect there'll be people who want to give us additional input after hearing the testimony
Okay.
today. So it'll be
We'll leave the written record open, but the hearing in terms of the testimony will be closed. And we'll leave it open until the October 21st? Or do you have a better date?
I would recommend that you did it earlier so that we can compile those and
Okay.
you have the advantage of having that information. If the second work session was in 2 weeks, I'd say just leave it open till then, but we have a lot of time, and I think that way we'll be able to integrate those into our discussion with you. So I'd say maybe by October 1st, and that
October
way
1st
we
is
got
great.
that.
Okay,
Is that-
so the written record will be open through October 1st. And then it will close. And we're going to move on to the next item. And again, we have a work session on October 21st on this item.
Could I comment on that briefly? I made plans as a Loeb Fellowship reunion that I made plans for, not understanding that there was a work session on the 21st. So I'm going to try to figure out a way, because I really want to be engaged in that conversation, if I can call in or whatever, so that I can participate.
Okay, great.
You know, as we break away here, we're in session, there are not a few buildings in downtown owned by Home Forward, the housing authority, which are affordable and do reside in various parts. We need more of them, but I think we ought to maybe have an inventory of what's there. There are fairly.
So the next item is proposed amendments to 6 City of Portland urban renewal areas. Justin Douglas will do the presentation.
He said that they like having the flexibility to do two.
There will definitely be questions.
Yep.
Are we taking a break or we're just?
We're gonna, well, it's 3:15.
Oh, my word.
I did not.
Yeah.
So
I'm okay.
Well, they're not gonna-
Well, we have 40 people. We actually did good.
How was San Francisco?
No, well, that's 2 hours.
I know.
Really weird. I mean, it
So
was
we did.
So
actually
we
pretty
have,
good. And then the comprehensive plan
15
should
minutes,
be.
so we have another hour and 15 minutes, so we won't be
We'll get through this pretty.
I want to touch base with you about the.
So you want to get started?
Sure. Hi.
I know we're kind of moving around, but we're going to get started here.
No, it's on. Right. Chair, can you hear me? Chair Baugh?
Yes.
Commissioners. Hi, I'm Kimberly Branham. I'm with the Portland Development Commission. I'm joined by Lisa Abwaf, who is PDC's Central City Manager, and Javier Mena, who is Assistant Director at the Portland Housing Bureau. We're pleased to be here today to provide an overview of 6 changes to urban renewal areas that are coming forward. We'll be coming back to this body October 21st as well, so it looks like that'll be another long day, consistent with ORS 457 statute, to seek your input on 2 of the urban renewal area amendments. We wanted to, at this time, just provide you with some context and an overview, talk a little bit about where we are in the process, and then dig in a little bit to the 2 urban renewal areas that you'll be asked to take a look at. So hopefully we can do this in 10 minutes. I know you guys have been here for a while. Okay. As this slide suggests, the proposed package of URA changes has been crafted to meet and balance 3 objectives. The first is to reduce the impact of urban renewal on taxing jurisdictions, so our Portland Public Schools, Multnomah County, City General Funds, as well as to provide resources to meet the city's community development, economic development, and affordable housing goals, where TIF can be an effective tool. And the third is to continue to support Portland State University. So the proposal, to achieve these objectives, the proposed package is to close or reduce 4 districts. So essentially to close the Willamette Industrial Urban Renewal Area, to reduce the River District by about 30% of the amended value, to reduce the Airport Way Urban Renewal Area by about 40%, and to close the Education District and add 35 acres of the Education District to the North Macadam Urban Renewal Area. We will be coming back to you on October 21st to talk in more detail about the North Macadam and Central East Side urban renewal areas, but the proposal there is to extend and expand both of those URAs. And then the third part of this proposal is to solidify our partnership with Portland State through a development agreement. So in total, this package will return just over $1 billion to the tax rolls if affected in next year. It's already provided an additional $5 million or so to taxing jurisdictions in this fiscal year, which was about $1.5 million into the City of Portland's general fund. Excuse me. It'll provide an additional $150 million to taxing jurisdictions over 30 years. And the package of changes to the 6 urban renewal areas, as well as a closeout approach to the South Park Blocks urban renewal area that adds $5 million to affordable housing, will leave the Portland Housing Bureau effectively held harmless. And as you'll hear, the package aligns TIF dollars where we believe we have key opportunities for implementing actions being highlighted through the Central City 2035 process, and areas where it's really important to have TIF to implement these actions. So when we brought the proposed package to City Council in May of this year, they encouraged us to go forward and to make sure that we had a robust public outreach process. It's a somewhat condensed process because of the fact that we're trying to get the amendments made in a way that we can get the tax benefits back to the taxing jurisdictions in the next year. So in the last 5 months, we have put together a advisory committee. They've had 3 meetings. Kat has been on that, and we've appreciated her participation. We will have our final meeting next week. We're also holding an open house later this week that'll be held in this room, in fact, to get public input. And we've had individual meetings and will continue to hold individual meetings with neighborhood and business associations. Some of the things that we've heard have included within the Central East Side to keep expansion area limited and be really focused in the investments that we're proposing, to support residential uses in the Clinton Triangle area, for example, and not which is a complement to job density. Within North Macadam area, we've talked about increasing the connection between the South Waterfront and the rest of downtown waterfront. So these are some of the things that we've heard as part of the public outreach process, and we will continue to solicit input and hopefully be able to, we'll plan to report back on what we've heard through the public process when we come to you in October. So this is the roster of the folks who are on the Urban Renewal Area Amendment Advisory Committee. As you'll see, we have representatives of the taxing jurisdictions, some of our key partners like OHSU, Portland State, and OMSI, as well as representatives of the Central City 2035 West Quadrant and the Southeast Quadrant advisory bodies. So, as I mentioned, we've been operating under a relatively compressed timeline in order to make the changes effective for the next fiscal year and to seize relatively near-term opportunities in the Central East Side and North Macadam urban renewal area related to the Milwaukee Light Rail line and Tillicum Crossing opening. PDC's staff has also worked closely with Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff to ensure that we're able to understand where tax increment finance might be an available tool to support catalytic development during the finalization of the Central City 2035 plan. So when we come back to you on October 21st, we'll be seeking your recommendation to City Council on concurrence between the 2 substantial amendments in North Macadam and Central East Side and the existing comprehensive plan. So I'm sure staff can weigh in on exactly how that works as you're in the process of developing a new comprehensive plan, but it's concurrence with the existing one, but then there's an eye towards the, an acknowledgement of the next and upcoming comprehensive plan. So that's the action that will be in front of you, is to provide City Council with your sense of whether the amendment furthers the existing comprehensive plan. So the first substantial amendment is to expand North Macadam to include about 35 acres of the education urban renewal area. This would extend the last date to issue debt in the North Macadam urban renewal area by about 5 years. There's no change to maximum indebtedness. We'll be able to allow for additional resources that we can access, but we won't be increasing maximum indebtedness. And while it's not a substantial amendment, the North Macadam proposal is directly tied to the releasing of the acreage within the education district. So they're really tied together, closing the education district and extending and expanding the North Macadam urban renewal area. Altogether, PDC will be able to invest about $57 million in additional resources into the new, into the existing boundaries of North Macadam, as well as the expanded areas, and housing will have about $23 million of additional resources. And as you can see, the impact to the taxing jurisdictions is significant. The net benefit is about $130 million that will be returned to the taxing jurisdictions. We've been working with our public partners to look at sites like the 30-acre Zidell property in North Macadam, OHSU's Schnitzer campus, the Harbor-NATO area, and Lincoln Station as areas of key opportunity. We believe the redevelopment of these areas could help us achieve some of the original goals that were established in the North Macadam district. And we are identifying infrastructure and development investments that would allow us to follow up on the city's West Quad findings and the original URA plan goals. So we're in the midst, as this slide mentions, of negotiating 2 development agreements, one with Portland State University and the other with the ZRZ Realty. we will be committing to public investments in property or in projects like the Southwest Bond and the Greenway concurrent with adjacent development. So our advisory body has endorsed an expansion that would add approximately 35 acres of the education urban renewal area to the North Macadam urban renewal area and about 10 acres of land that is not currently within the urban renewal area. So you have the existing boundaries on the left side, and on the right side in orange are the current parts of the education URA that would be added, and then the red is those areas outside. These boundaries were drawn with an eye towards delivering on the priorities established within our PSU development agreement, as well as some potential additional opportunities in the event that there are resources at the end of the life of the district. Next slide. So then the second major amendment is to the Central East Side urban renewal area, where we would be proposing to include additional Portland-Milwaukee light rail station areas and expand an increased maximum indebtedness by 20%, which is the limitation by statute, and extend the last date to issue debt by 5 years. Our investment at the north end of the district is concluding with the completion of the Burnside-Cooch couplet and active projects on all properties of the Burnside bridgehead. PDC has worked closely with Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff to identify strategic sites, which you see at the top of this. So from OMSI through Northwest Natural down to Clinton Station and PGE. We've looked at these sites and identified development-related next steps, including infrastructure and site preparation that can run concurrent to Bureau of Planning and Sustainability's zoning recommendations. So the next slide. Our advisory bodies endorsed an expansion that is really focused around the Clinton Triangle. So it's about 10 acres of the Clinton Triangle and the intersection of Powell and Southeast 12th, shown in the map in orange. This has been of interest because of the adjacent station, the city's ownership of approximately 50% of the site, and the nexus of required infrastructure to development of the site.
Excuse me, so that's just below Ladd's Addition on the east side going toward the river?
Right.
How much land is it?
We're adding about 10 acres, proposing to add about 10 acres. Right, Powell Boulevard on the south. So before I close, I want to just reiterate that there are upcoming public meetings. So we have the open house on the 11th. We have an advisory committee meeting, which is open to the public. We'll be back here in October in front of our board in October, and then at City Council in November. And one of the things that we wanted to make sure that we heard from you today is the kinds of things that you would like to know when we come back to you in October that would be helpful for your, as you deliberate on these questions.
Questions? Don?
Yeah, I noticed on the North Macadam, excuse me, I noticed on the North Macadam map that the boundary of the URA didn't go down to the river. It actually is up short of the river.
Mm-hmm.
Does that preclude greenway improvements and trails from being, preclude them from the benefits of funding, public funding in those districts?
So you're talking about on the northern end of it?
North of the Markham Bridge.
So part of that's in downtown waterfront. I don't know if all of it is in downtown waterfront.
Okay, but see how the boundary
Yeah.
stays away from the river's edge?
Right, but
We actually completed public improvements there as part of River Place.
So that's why they're pulled back.
Yeah, that's why
Okay.
it's built back,
Great.
because it was actually completed with downtown water.
Great, thank you.
Go, Chris.
Since they're done.
I think it's actually called it's called Waterfront Park, I think is what it's called.
Yeah.
Chris?
Is that because it's on the water?
In the front.
My side is always done. I had a chance to look at this in the early stages during the budget process last year, and it seems to me to be very surgically and constructed and very well thought out. My only question is, given the Portland plan's focus on equity, have you done an equity analysis on the shifts of resources that occur here? Because there are a lot of dollars moving around, so some tallying up of the pros and cons from an equity point of view would seem like a useful thing to have, and we consider it.
That's my question too. Yours too. That's my question too.
Howard?
Well, maybe I'm adding on. You made a oblique reference early on in the presentation to greatly adding to affordable housing. That's pretty vague for me. Can you flesh that in? What would it mean? What? Maybe you don't want to tell me, but put it in the report so I can read it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Sure.
Karen?
Yeah, so I think that Commissioner Smith asked that's the question that I would have gotten to, because I noticed that you have a reduction in the Airport Way, which is in Park Rose School District, so I have a real interest in that. And I noticed when you had the outreach groups listed, I'm assuming it was also for discussion around the reduction of that URAC as well. Not one of our associations is listed there, nor on the advisory committee is there anybody from out east either. So I'm just kind of curious how that public outreach is happening.
So, I do believe that we've had a conversation with East Portland Action Plan, but I can circle back and make sure that that in fact happens. The Airport Way changes was more of an administrative change. It was kind of a cleanup. So that district is basically at the end of its life. And so at this point, there are no more, we're not collecting additional taxes except to pay off the debt proceeds. And so the resources that we have that come from program income are fairly limited. And so I think it was an opportunity for us to kind of right-size. There are a lot of acres that are held up in the Airport Way district that are not being invested in or being used to finance the debt. So this was an opportunity for us to release acreage that could then be deployed in the event that we wanted to expand a district in another part of the town. Because as you probably know, only 15% of acreage can be included in an urban renewal area. And so I think one of the things that the mayor's office charged us with is really looking creatively at how we can preserve the opportunity to make additional investments at some later date. But I absolutely hear your point, and we'll make sure that we.
What helps is when that information is put out the way you just said it, because it isn't necessarily the way people understand that.
Absolutely.
And so when otherwise they just get one more dose of, what do you mean?
Yeah.
It's being reduced by 60% or 40%, and what does that mean to me?
Sure.
The average Joe in the area doesn't really know what that means.
Yeah.
And then.
I think you said we'll make sure to follow up on that.
And then the effect of the same question that Chris had asked.
Okay.
I just have two. One was about your outreach. I noticed on the list, there's a lot of people, or I guess organizations that provide public service to the low-income, indigent people downtown. And I didn't see anybody, I mean, I know that they're in the associations, but I didn't see a specific conversation with them. And so how are you, I mean, that's a big part of the population downtown. And then you had said, and I understand this, you have to go against the existing plan, the comp plan today, but we just got through talking about downtown, and we talked about the lack of affordable housing in the new plan. So I would like to understand the connection between what you're doing today and the downtown plan that we have in the future, and how, you said there's, going forward, you got an eye to the forward. What does that eye to the forward look like, specifically for affordable housing? Because it said it was maintaining affordable housing at an existing level. We kind of said, well, we didn't see it in the new plan, not the old plan. And then the third thing is looking at what is the gentrification and displacement policy of the URAs specifically.
So I'm going to the slide so that my comment is clear, and then Javier might be able to talk a little bit about the affordable housing policy. So this shows you the impact to affordable housing by the change in or by urban renewal area. So what you'll see is that through the Central East Side and North Macadam changes, there are additional resources for affordable housing. Through the education change, there are fewer resources, But with the South Park blocks additional $5 million, the present value change is basically it holds housing harmless. Now, it means that resources are available up front and sooner. And so, you know, if you look at the absolute dollars, it's $11 million less, but in net present value, it ends up being about the same. Does that make sense in terms of?
It does, but how does that relate to, that's under the current comp plan, correct? You're looking at the current comp plan relative to those dollars and what, because that's what you have to do to go forward.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I'm just looking at.
I'm trying to, can I try to
Well, I'm
clarify? I'm
just
not
saying
sure
if
if you
you're-
mean, do you mean because of the potential for new zoning that would add and increase
Yes.
the ability to have more development would potentially add more to the URA, to
You're right.
tax increment
Exactly.
financing, which down the road could add more for affordable housing.
There's more potential, and you're benefiting from that potential as we look at the downtown, the new downtown plan. So this kind of looks at the current potential and says it stays current.
Well, I guess I would say that I think both for the Central East Side and North Macadam changes, I do think that we have an eye towards the amended plans, and Lisa can talk in more detail about that, but these changes are intended to seize the new plan, so.
So if you can just detail out what, I don't need today, but how those changes link to what's proposed in the new plan, that would be great.
And I think it's in particular in the Central East Side. I think more so than in the West Quad, just some of the changes that are being considered in the Central East Side. We can certainly touch on it, and conversations that we've been having with the Housing Bureau as well as the Industrial Council about what role the Clinton Station might be able to play as an opportunity site for potential new housing.
So in terms of the housing policy, as we look at the proposed changes to the urban renewal areas, we are looking at the additional resources and in conjunction to what had been agreed upon in terms of goals of our housing goals of the path of the life of the district, to be able to make sure that we are able to achieve those goals with the additional resources.
Well, that's what you say, additional resources, but it shows there's really no additional resources.
In North Mac, we are actually getting another $23 million.
Well,
That for us,
I guess
that for
you
us
just
is.
show us, I guess,
But in
is
the other one,
how
it's
how it
46 million
overall
less.
works for downtown. I guess I'm
Right.
I'm struggling, and some other people are struggling. So if you can kind of show us that on a piece of paper, that'd be great. I don't know.
So I think what we can do is bring back potential projects that on balance in losing opportunities over a 30-year term in the education district, you're gaining near-term opportunities in South Waterfront and the Central East Side and South Park blocks that you wouldn't have otherwise. That's what we can bring back in terms of opportunity to implement affordable housing.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. Good. Any other questions?
I have a comment after the fact. Well, I note that in
Looking the
the,
wrong way.
you always look the wrong way. In the calendar that you guys have laid out, there's meetings with us, for the Planning Sustainability Commission, and with PDC. And it just brings up a point that I want to make, and I'd like to advocate for more joint meetings with PDC. This may not be the time, but this is a URA we're considering and extending, and both agencies have a big stake in it. And we have some new members on the PDC that I think would be interesting to interact with for sure. They're friends of mine. And I would love to see us do some joint meetings in this kind of planning before the fact. So we're doing a little bit of encouraging you to look out and be adventurous. This may not be the time to do it, but it sure brought up an opportunity. So maybe we can figure that out.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Look forward to you coming back. The next is a briefing, and it's a comprehensive plan update, citywide system plan and transportation system plan.
There is such a thing.
Eric, yeah.
It's going to be just a few minutes while we transfer PowerPoints onto the laptop.
Yeah.
You want to come up now, Courtney, and do that?
My gums all stay.
I have yours.
You just got
You
that?
got the same one? Okay, yeah, we emailed it to you.
Yeah, I have yours, I don't have yours.
Yeah, mine I've been fussing with until
I
just moments
figured-
ago,
I
so.
figured you had been.
Oh, that's much.
I did well today. I did really well.
Original one of mine, so I'll close that.
Are you leaving too?
Oh, then maybe I better
Hold on.
stay.
One, are you in there? One.
I don't think we're making any decisions. It's a briefing.
Well, we're good.
We're good?
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I
It was,
I'm
Mike's
split.
gonna stay. We've
I'm
got-
staying.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, I think it's a briefing anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Well, we still have to have 6.
okay.
Don't get up.
This wasn't yours. Is this your stuff?
No, it's not. This is mine.
You ready, Eric?
Okay, I think we're ready to go.
Go ahead, Eric.
Good afternoon. My name's Eric Engstrom with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability. Today is the third of 3 briefings before you kick off your formal public hearings for the comprehensive plan proposed draft. And if you recall, earlier this summer, we released the proposed draft and then briefed you initially on the policy document and gave you kind of an overview in July. And then we came back in August and walked through some specific aspects of the map proposals that we're likely to get public comments on to orient you to that. And today we're focused on orienting you to the infrastructure portion of the plan, which includes my presentation on the citywide system plan. And actually much of this, the credit for this work goes to Michelle Kunik, who is sadly in Denmark today. So I'm here with you instead. And then joining me will be folks from Portland Bureau of Transportation, Planning Manager Art Pierce and Courtney Duke and Peter Hurley, who will talk about the transportation system plan after mine. And then I think what we'll do is we had scheduled about 45 minutes, and I hope we keep you for that amount of time. And mine's going to be about a 15-minute presentation, and then the transportation system plan will be about 15 minutes. And in the interest of efficiency, we're proposing that you hold questions unless it's a burning, clarifying question to the end, so we can just get through this and not spend too long on it. And then, so if that works, I'll proceed with my part of the presentation and then turn it over to PBOT when we get there. So for a bit of context, today we estimate that the city-owned infrastructure on the ground, including transportation, sewer, water, parks, and civic buildings, amounts to at least $31 billion of sort of replacement present value, which works out to about $50,000 per person in Portland. So this is kind of the why you should care about the state of our infrastructure, because it represents a pretty significant asset that we all are part owners in and therefore need to care about its future maintenance and curation into the future. The citywide system plan is a supporting document to the comprehensive plan and was therefore released with our proposed draft. It also relates to the proposed significant project list, which was printed at the back of the comp plan policy document. So the two kind of go hand in hand. The system plan is the supporting information that went into that project list, and then the actual project list is with the comp plan. Statewide planning law requires that we have a public facilities plan, and this citywide system plan is fulfilling that requirement to update the city's 1989 public facilities plan. It is, goes a little bit beyond that, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But first, I also want to recognize there are a number of people in the room with me. The Citywide Systems team is a multi-bureau partnership that includes folks from all the different infrastructure bureaus, acts as a working group to coordinate the relationship of these different infrastructure plans to each other so that they actually are aligned and aren't in conflict. And so these folks meet regularly and have done a huge amount of work over the past really 5 years preparing the background information that went into the Portland plan, as well as leading to, into this work and ultimately to the project lists. And then behind these folks, each bureau has a longer list of people that feed them information and work out the details. And so if folks on the Citywide Systems team could wave, who are, some of them I know had to leave the room earlier. So if there are bureau-specific questions when we get to that part, there's much more knowledge behind me than, and I'm really just the tip of the iceberg. So the draft CSP draws on a number of plans that came before it, including the Portland plan and other elements of the comp plan, including our background reports. There was a lot of discussion that went into this document that came out of the policy expert groups, which were our advisory committees that helped us prepare originally the working draft in 2013 and now the proposed draft. All of them really dealt with some aspect of it. In particular, the infrastructure equity peg was fairly instrumental. The networks peg was really important for transportation. Economic development peg, all of them really had some impact to the system plan. And of course, also public involvement, the workshops and the open houses that went into the process. Earlier drafts were floated last year of this, and we did get a lot of public feedback as well that went into this document. This document is intended to interact with and relate to the other elements of the comp plan, most notably the maps and the policies. The projects that are described in this plan and in the infrastructure list really have to, carry forward and implement the policies, but also support the land uses that we're proposing on the land use map. So this culminates with the list of significant projects, which is adopted as an element of the comp plan. It describes the projects that are necessary to support the proposed land use. On a continuum of project planning, it kind of goes, this is at one end, this is at the long range end, describing the 20-year horizon of project and infrastructure needs and investment decisions. But it's part of a larger sequence. At the shorter term end, there's something called the 5-year CIP, which is a more specific capital improvement plan that goes in 5-year increments. And then ultimately, annual budgets that the city adopts has to make specific decisions about what gets funded each year. And so I don't want to underestimate the importance of those other pieces. This is just one part of the ladder of, if you remember back in the 70s, there was the Schoolhouse Rock cartoon about how a bill becomes law, and this is a little bit like how a project gets built. Not as cool, I know. But. So by state law, Oregon's land use law requires the public facilities plan to have at least 3 elements: the water, sewer, which includes sanitary and storm, and transportation. That's the minimum public facilities requirement. We have, it typically does not include other aspects of civic infrastructure that many cities have, though, and in the interest of being comprehensive, the reason we're doing a citywide system plan is to include all the other assets in the city's portfolio so that we can look at everything as holistically and think about it at once. So this plan does include parks, civic buildings like the Portland plan, as well as, or like the Portland building, as well as our emergency services like fire stations and the response center and other public buildings and facilities that the city manages. Those aren't required by land use law to be included, so ultimately when this goes to the state for their adoption, they'll get a copy, but those chapters will be marked with a not required element stamp, and they won't review those chapters. They'll focus on the state mandated chapters. So this diagram kind of just illustrates that the state mandated piece is a subset of this overall document. This is the organizational outline of the citywide system plan. There's 5 citywide chapters, and a couple of those are just reprinted from the policy document. So, for example, what is Chapter 8 in the policy document also appears under the goals and policies piece here. So these deal with the overview of the big picture that affects all of the infrastructure groupings, basically how we approach coordination and asset management and some of our guiding principles that affect all the different elements. And then the second half of the document goes into specific divisions of really bureau-specific documents about what their longer range plans look like in a little more detail. And you'll see a slightly different flavor again for the state mandated chapters versus the other chapters where we have some specific recipes of what information we have to provide. The non-state mandated chapters can be a little more freeform in terms of how we describe things. So now I'm going to transition and just touch the tip of the iceberg of what each of the different system issues are. And again, this is pretty superficial, but just to give you a sense of what the document includes. Before I do that, just a reminder that we did publish a map in the map app that shows where all of the significant projects actually are spatially, and that's, I think probably transportation has received the most interest, but there are also the sewer and water and parks and stormwater projects shown there as well. So you can see the geographic layout of all the different projects.
So I have a question about how people give input on the map app. I was approached by a citizen about this, that we've made it really, really easy to comment on any project you can find on the map. And the question was, well, if I think there should be a project in one of the white spaces in between, the map app doesn't appear to give me any way to give input on that. Is that correct?
That is correct. We made a decision to keep the map app simple for user friendliness, and we sacrificed that component. You still can propose new projects by simply commenting either to you or to the email address, and those the ideas are still being considered. So it's a fair thing to comment on. It's just we chose to design the map app to focus on the proposal. So starting with the Bureau of Environmental Services, their current infrastructure works out to be upwards of $12 billion in green and gray infrastructure to treat sanitary and stormwater. This includes, and then they, within the proposed system plan, have about $1.73 billion in anticipated investment. This includes repairing and upgrading wastewater treatment plants and pump stations, variety of projects to upsize and rehabilitate pipes and add surface infiltration facilities, projects to acquire and restore a floodplain, habitat function to meet water quality goals, and it also includes some extensions of sewers to newly developing areas. The Water Bureau has described about $5.5 billion in existing water infrastructure and about $1.57 billion in potential investments. And again, this includes upgrading water supply facilities in Bull Run in the Columbia South Shore and at the Powell Valley Wellfield, upgrading conduits, increasing water storage capacity and meeting federal regulations, improving distribution and pump stations, investment in water treatment systems based on federal regulations, and improving maintenance and customer service and support systems. Bureau of Transportation estimates about 5.5 billion in existing infrastructure that's on the ground. The transportation system plan, which you'll hear about in a few minutes, describes is the transportation element of the citywide system plan. So that chapter is blank in this document right now. The TSP is being updated by PBOT as part of the comp plan effort, and their current candidate project list includes roughly $2.6 billion in candidate projects, and they'll talk more about how that relates to their financial capability when they do their presentation. Portland Parks and Recreation has identified about $1 billion in existing recreation and park infrastructure. This is a non-required element of the plan, so we have not broken it down into the same project list format that, for example, transportation is, but it does include a list of known and desired improvements and describe some of the asset management needs and investments necessary, but in a slightly more general way because of the lack of state mandate here.
There's no estimated cost for that?
There are example costs and example projects, but it's not tallied up in the same way that some of the other sections are. And it is, I think they are headed in that direction. It's just not required to be part of the comprehensive plan, and so it's not to that point yet. The section on other essential services, this again includes office space and buildings that are publicly owned, as I mentioned, like the Portland building. It also includes important communications facilities and emergency management and emergency response, like the building, the emergency coordination building in East Portland, as well as some of the communications equipment that helps us respond to an emergency, and then notably the fire and police station facilities. That's been estimated to be about $1.3 billion of existing infrastructure, and like parks, we haven't quantified the future costs of the improvements that are needed. There are some descriptions of the different issues in each category. One thing I would maybe note here is that they look at this, a lot of this is managed by Office of Management and Finance as the kind of the coordinating body within the city's infrastructure to manage the real estate in these facilities. And one issue that they've raised is that there's sort of a best practice for investing in maintenance of existing facilities at a certain percentage of your value. Some percentage of the total value you should be reinvesting back in ongoing maintenance. And we're currently, we can't afford to invest in maintenance to the level that is generally the industry practice for facility management. And so if we continue that over a really long term, we are going to degrade these facilities. And so that's an issue that's raised in this plan. Yeah.
Maybe you addressed this earlier, but it seems to me that there are a lot of different ways you could cost this stuff out, but for things like a water bureau facility or whatever, how's it costed out? Is it a replacement cost, or is it net cost invested to date?
That question I might have to get back to you on. I know that there are procedures, and the city's been working to standardize some of those procedures because if you go back far enough, different bureaus had different standards for doing that, and we've tried as part of our ongoing effort to rationalize how we manage assets. We've been trying to coordinate that, and I think that's a good question. I just don't know the technical answer.
Yeah, it just seems like if you're determining what you should invest in for maintenance, having a similar methodology across these very different assets would make sense.
Yeah, and one other thing maybe I should mention in terms of maintenance is all of these, traditionally maintenance is not something that is part of the land use growth management framework, because traditionally growth management was seen as how are you going to serve greenfield development at the edges of cities? Through expansion. It wasn't sort of how do you maintain what you already have, but Portland has a growth management strategy that says grow up, not out, and so for us that creates a gray area of what's maintenance and what's growth related. And clearly, if you're going up, you also need to maintain what's under you. So there's this system plan purposefully brings in maintenance to a much greater degree than the previous plans, and for good reason, I think. But it's a little bit confusing because we're not used to doing that. And it does raise issues of how do you balance new infrastructure versus maintenance versus closing equity gaps, and probably you have to do some of each to move us forward.
I think this qualifies as a burning question, so I'll ask it now. I've got others that I can wait on. The reason I was a little surprised not to see the dollar amount from parks and actually from these other facilities isn't the function of this effort to figure out how to set priorities in terms of future investments? How can you do that if you don't know what it's going to cost?
Well, it's ultimately the comp plan is not who chooses what the comp plan is not the exercise that chooses what ultimately gets built, because there's another layer of 5-year CIP planning that goes after this, and then there's the budget decisions that the council makes. So this is building the menu. It isn't necessarily solving for whether you choose to invest in transportation or sewers, one over the other. It's providing the menu of what we think is technically necessary for all of them and what the priorities are, but we're not necessarily proposing trade-offs between them.
But we have a project list for transportation, but not for parks. Why are they different?
Correct.
And part of that is because there's federal and state requirements for the other ones, and there aren't for parks, and so the fact that we are even including.
Well, don't get me wrong, it's music to my ears.
Yeah.
They're essential services.
Yeah.
It's great.
And so, when you come back in 20 years when we're updated, by then they'll have moved along and had a project.
Well, if you think about it, though, we're trying to make decisions about the comp plan, and I think you need to kind of have a ballpark of the investment you're going to put in one neighborhood and the type of development we want to occur. I mean, downtown, how much money are they going to put into maintenance of the downtown streets when we're going to add 35,000 households? I mean, there's just going to be more use of the street, so is the maintenance comparable to somewhere else that's going to get less development and parks and water and sewer? So it seems like you got to have at least a ballpark to kind of make some rational decisions at some point.
So you're nailing exactly what some of the public comments have been about the draft as it's been going on too, and I'm no doubt that this is kind of one of the central topics that you'll talk about as this moves forward.
So I want to raise an issue about something that's not in here, and it's directly related to the system plan, so I don't want to wait to the end. And that's broadband. And it's true that we rely primarily on the private sector to deliver broadband internet connectivity in the city, but I think it is a very relevant public policy issue for a couple of reasons. One is we're not competitive. Portland is about 200th on the list of global cities in terms of our broadband connection speeds. It is not distributed equally around the city. Pretty sure that the broadband connectivity for households at Lincoln is way higher than for households at Park Rose. So it's an equity issue. And it's one that the city has potentially a lot of influence over, including the fact that the city owns a fair amount of fiber resources. As the city has let companies dig up streets to bury fiber, the city has asked those companies to put some fibers in there for us too. So we have an inventory of fiber that we own, we use for the city's own telecommunication network. Some of it's still dark, some of it is potentially leverage in working deals with the private sector. And I know there's a current inventory, so it seems very relevant to me that that inventory should be in this document. And then as we get into policy, influencing that and how both Google and CenturyLink are going to be rolling out fiber in our market soon, the public policy aspects of that to make sure that it is available in every neighborhood and that it's affordable to all households are critical public policy issues. In my house, if I turned off the water and the internet at the same second, I would get complaints about the internet being off way before I got complaints about the water being off. But it is, it's an educational attainment issue for households. it's an economic competitiveness issue for, for economic development. Some businesses do make location decisions based on how close they are to fiber. So, I'm going to keep urging through this process that we take up this issue in the comp plan and have a meaningful section about it.
I just wanted to add that we talked a good deal about that, and not just about broadband, but we also talked about electric utilities. Because in the same way, they serve today, most of the power needs of the city, and yet as we move to distributed generation and solar and more energy efficient homes, we move away from that. We also don't have policy. We have the ability to affect very small bits of how they run their companies because it's a state PUC. And so one thought we had was we took a big step here and included parks. And that in the next maybe 3 to 5 years after this is done, that we do the same kind of thing and look at what is the city's role with broadband and our electric and gas utilities. Because we don't own them, but they have a huge impact. And in some cities, they do own them.
Right, but I guess I see a difference between broadband and electric service. Any household in Portland can get electric service. We don't have coverage gaps.
Correct.
And we are not uncompetitive in Portland because of our power grid. I think we do have a competitive disadvantage because of the way broadband is deployed today. So I think in some ways broadband is a more burning issue.
And I think I would agree with Chris and you in terms of, to me, broadband is a current issue today that all cities are trying to wrestle with, and it's about your public infrastructure. It really is about you own the streets, and what's your strategy for leveraging what you own to get equal distribution of what's become a required necessity for equity in the city in terms of your education system, the prosperity of a city in all its areas. And so that strategy, to me, we ought to at least articulate that.
Well, we have a strategy.
Well,
it
but-
needs to get into the comp plan and be connected with
No,
everything else we're doing.
That's what I'm saying, is it should be a part of the transportation systems plan, because otherwise it's kind of this ad hoc thing that comes in later. And I think also the electrical, because as you get that distributed electrical and you start thinking about, you can, electrify maybe just a block in of itself through whatever generation. How do we do that? And again, it's around, they're gonna wanna put their distribution on a public facility. And so transportation is a key component of that in terms of how they manage the streets. And I think we ought to at least start the conversation and have very deliberate direction or in the comp plan that leads to, maybe it is 5 years down the road, but there's a document they can pick up and say, here's how we thought about the use of transportation and leverage of that system later.
I'm going to seize that as a segue to the transportation system plan element of this. But before I do that, just a reminder of the next steps for mostly the audience, because I think you all know this, but you'll be having hearings on this all on September 23rd, October 14th, the 28th, November 4th. And the reason that November 4th has a CSP, TSP emphasis is that PBOT will be releasing some supplemental information about the TSP that will be in October, and so that'll be the first hearing where that's available. And then we've set a February 24th date for a follow-up on the TSP, recognizing that probably won't be done in November 4th. Also, just a reminder that we have open houses starting tomorrow for the public to inform themselves about the draft, and this is really intended to let people ask a lot of questions and help them prepare testimony if they're working on getting information together for your benefit. And so we have 3 of these over the next few weeks at David Douglas tomorrow, and then in this building, and then at Roosevelt High School. So if you haven't already, if folks could be plugging attendance at these events for groups you may be associated with. So with that, before we go to questions, Mark, you've already had your questions, I think. So I'm going to move to invite the PBOT staff up to give their part of it. and I'll see if I can shift to the other PowerPoint here. Maybe there's another. TSP. Can't find it again. Oh, here it is. I'll get out of your way once it's up.
Art,
Right.
you want to get started?
Yes. Sorry about the transition. Thanks for having us. So I'm Art Pierce, Policy Planning and Projects Manager for the Bureau of Transportation. And here with me today is Courtney Duke and Peter Hurley, who are both members of the TSP team. As is not a surprise, there's a large number of people behind this team deploying the TSP. It's a sizable effort, not as large as the comp plan, but a big effort nonetheless. And by the day, the team is growing because as we're discovering elements that need more emphasis. So a lot of folks helping make this go. Today is really just a briefing. We're here to give you an update about the TSP. And as you've already heard numerous times, we're updating the TSP per requirements of law to be part of the comp plan. We're also seizing this opportunity as the planning team and the projects team to really try to transform the level of usefulness that the TSP is seeing within the Bureau. So really focusing in on making it more relevant and more useful and more transparent. So we're going sort of far beyond the baseline of requirements and really wanting to reassert the transportation system plan as the plan for the Bureau in terms of our plans for policy, programs, elements. In particular, adding in additional elements that you'll be hearing from both Peter and Courtney about where we're taking the plan farther. But so we're definitely trying to push the envelope, and as a result, we're testing out some things that we don't know how they'll go yet, but I think they're worth testing out nonetheless to try to make the product more effective. The TSP update is not happening in a vacuum, and so there's a lot of other things happening. One of the questions that I heard from you last time I was here, which was a while ago, was how does this relate to the effort to find more additional funding for the street maintenance and safety improvements? So we are working on sort of graphically trying to depict that overlap and elements. So this is a graphical attempt at showing how the comprehensive plan really is capturing a whole range of activities and investments. The transportation system plan is really focusing in on the transportation component of that. And the Our Streets elements is really focusing in on that additional investment that is more of a class of maintenance and safety investments, smaller scale investments that really can complement the growth vision that we're asserting for the city. As we're asking land use to use more intensively used land as we grow, growing up, not out, we're also needing to ask our streets to function in a more intensive way, and that requires better crossings to create better safety, better asset management of those facilities themselves to make sure they function well for the modes that need to use them. So we really see the current effort in trying to produce additional funding and revenue for maintenance and safety as being a really strong complement to the efforts that were underway in terms of the future shape of the city. But there's a lot more and a lot deeper conversation happening that many of you are involved in, so I won't try to go into more depth there. Yep, that's all right. There we go.
Sorry.
Okay. this is a world you're well familiar with, but as you know, as Portlanders, we are sort of well versed in the fact that the beginning of any transportation plan really is a land use plan, is a land use strategy, defining where growth should happen, what do we want the city to look like, and that then creates the foundation for us creating a transportation system plan that really supports those areas to thrive and also focuses in on the continued efficient movement of people and goods in those areas. So we are trying to produce this plan that is very much grounded in the broader context of the comprehensive plan update and the Portland plan. One thing that is very clear as we are looking at the products coming out of the comprehensive plan is that growth is coming. It's not a surprise, but it is something that we need to continually remind ourselves that it's no small task in terms of how we will accommodate this additional growth of new citizens as they move into our community and the commute patterns in particular, but the travel patterns more generally. And that unless we are very intentional and very careful about how we're going to design the system and encourage people and how they're going to use the system, the current roadway system will not have enough capacity for us to continue to be a thriving city and a competitive city in the future. So the question that is poised back to the transportation system plan is, well, what are we going to do? As you've heard before, the main emphasis that the city of Portland has taken as an approach is to focus on creating a balanced transportation system that is able to use the roadways for a variety of functions. One of the major emphasis of that really relates to the 20-minute neighborhoods, is that if we make more safe choices for people to use, we are able to create additional space for longer trips and for vehicle trips that need to use the roadway system to continue to travel. And we need to create a system that really works for everybody, a variety of users. Mike Hauk likes this graphic. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Right. 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 You're right. With this graphic, it does kind of look that way. In scanning, one of the things that we are not wanting for in the transportation industry is direction from broad policy outcomes that are telling us that there are so many things that we should be able to accomplish through the transportation system. So one of the challenges has been to try to distill all of those broad directions into something that we can respond to in terms of how to form our actions for the transportation system plan update. So we have come up with 7 outcomes that are kind of grounding our the update. And they are also informing, as you'll hear later from Peter and Courtney, how we're orienting the plan itself. And so that's specifically focused in on access, safety, health outcomes, economic benefit outcomes, equity outcomes, the climate outcomes, and also cost effectiveness or sort of strategic prioritized actions. So you'll hear more sort of as folks go on, but that's really what we've come up with as the main directives out of all of the broader policy directions that we are hoping to weave throughout the transportation system plan. I'll pass this to Courtney to take it from here.
Hi, I'm Courtney Duke with the TSP team. I'm going to go a little bit more detail on the relationships to the other plans and what you're going to be seeing today and in the future, and what we're working on and how everything relates. Again, some of you have seen this before when we've given some briefings, but just wanted to do the grounding in the sort of the policy and bureaucratic world a little bit. So again, the TSP stems from the state planning goals, where transportation is goal 12. The state decided people weren't following that goal very well, so decided to give us some rules to follow in the transportation planning rule. And then we also need to be in compliance with the regional transportation plan through our partnership with Metro. So the middle graphic, which on my slide looks really pretty in orange and red, and on yours looks kind of brown and brown, but we're trying to show that the comprehensive plan as an overall document, there are some components of that are the TSP components that are required to be a part of the comp plan. And those are the goals and policies, which again, we gave a briefing on earlier, but we'll go over some of those changes again today. We need to have the project list, the significant list of projects, which Eric spoke about, and Peter's going to give us some more details on. We need to have a financial plan. We need to have some street classifications. We have existing street classifications now that support all of that, those goals and policies in our land use goals, and then master street plans. And that's sort of the core that's required as a part of the comprehensive plan, and that's really the focus of our work between now and February. We also have, thank you, Art. So that's the focus today, the goals and policies. and in the next few months. But we also have work that we're going to be doing with our modal plans. We've got refinement plans and projects. We have possibly new additional street classifications or changes to our classifications. We currently have a set of district policies within the document, and we're looking at determining if we want to change those policies or if we want to reorient them towards the pattern areas or towards different geographies that are coming out of the comp plan. Plus, we also have more specific objectives within the TSP that move forward a lot of the higher level goals and policies of the comp plan. So again, the focus today and between now and then the February hearing is really this middle box, and I'll give some more details on the 2015 work a little bit later. So wanted to highlight some of the policy changes for you to look at as you're reading the document. The main places where there's transportation-related changes are in chapters 3 and 4, which are the urban design and urban form policies. That's where we're looking at our strong land use and transportation policies and goals. This is where we have the civic corridors concept is addressed. It's also where we have the greenways, where the pattern areas are set up, and really a conversation woven throughout there in the policies that one size does not fit all. So again, that's a place to be looking at if you want to look at how transportation is going to be relating to those areas. Then chapter 6 is the economic development chapter. Again, we feel we've strengthened the language between supporting land use and transportation focus, and especially with investments and policies that help meet our industrial land use goals. And so there's more stronger language than there has been in the past. Chapter 8 is the public facilities chapter. Again, that's also chapter 5 in the citywide systems plan that you're looking at, so you can look at one or the other. Here there are some significant shifts in how we're talking about the public right-of-way. We're talking about the right-of-way of having multiple uses. We're very explicit about that, where we haven't been in the past. We talk about it being both for the movement of goods and people, as well as stormwater facilities, as well as a community facility. We also have more flexible design policies to look at the local context, again, to talk about that one size does not fit all throughout the city. The street design policies also point us towards having the local context and different standards in different parts of the city. And then we also have some additional new policies related to coordination of work within the right-of-way. Again, this is some policy to support work we're already doing with our partners at the Bureau of Environmental Services with green infrastructure. The same with funding, to look at ways that we can leverage funding better, and also more explicit asset management policies, not just for transportation, but across all of the infrastructure facilities. And then chapter 9 is the transportation chapter, so you want to read it cover to cover. But the highlights are, yeah, everybody, it's the best chapter. But with some of the highlights are, we have 6 goals that relate to the function, quality of life, equity, health, prosperity, and safety, with the equity and health and prosperity being some newer policies. Other ones are modifications of some existing goals, excuse me. We have modal policies. We got existing modal policies for bike and ped and public transportation, but we added an automobile policy, and we also tried to have uniformity in those policies in the way that they're written and the way that they're focused. We also have a new transportation hierarchy policy that stemmed from the Portland Plan direction that we got, and it helps support a multimodal transportation system. And we can talk more about that either here or at one of your work sessions. And we are working on that internally to work on how to implement that policy, working with a consultant and internal team about that policy. We have a new funding policy to talk about getting additional funding for our infrastructure. We're working on level of service, so new policies supporting multimodal level of service standards rather than motor vehicle only. We have revised parking policies, and we're also internally working on additional parking policies through a citywide system or citywide effort that we can talk about more later. But these policies better address livability, safety, business district vitality, vehicle VMT reduction, as well as air quality. And those are some changes, pretty significant changes from the last draft. So that's something you're going to want to look at. And then we've also talked about transportation affordability to try to meet some of our equity goals. And that's also a new policy in there. So when you're looking at that chapter, there's some revisions of existing policies in the old TSP, but there's also some brand new policies.
So describe to me transportation affordability. Just, what is it?
We talk about affordable access to affordable transportation for everybody, as well as actual things that are affordable. So bus, low-cost cars, shared motor vehicles, shared cars, shared space, and then just access to all of those for a majority of the population.
So is it things you directly control, or is it things that you can influence?
More influence.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I'm going to pass it, so that's my bit. I'm going to pass it on to Peter. He's going to talk more about our project selection process and the project list and how we're revising that. And then I'm going to come back at the end with some of the process work.
And Andre, I'll actually talk a little bit about affordability as part of our evaluation criteria.
I can drive for you.
Okay. Or you can pass it over and I'll. So I'm Peter Hurley, and I'm going to talk a little bit about revenue, projects, and programs. And specifically, one of the key questions that we're attempting to address is how do we match the projects and programs that we have with a very small revenue projection, even under the best of scenarios. So I'm going to start off by talking about revenue, and then we'll go into the project and program piece. So a financial plan is a key component of the transportation system plan. And for that, we are looking at different revenue scenarios. The first one that's shown on the left is if we were to project our current revenues into the future, anticipating growth, population growth, property tax growth, a variety of economic growth factors, we would, and we're forecasting, we would have about $1 billion worth of funding from a wide range of state, federal, regional, and local funding sources over the next 20 years, about $50 million a year. So that's our baseline scenario, $1 billion, 20 years, roughly. If you were to add in the Our Streets funding at the level that was proposed by the mayor and Commissioner Novick in June, we would have about a little under 400,000 in additional funds. So a total of about 1.4 billion. And each of these scenarios is additive. So second scenario adds in the Our Streets funding. Third scenario adds in some state funding at approximately what the state provided to us in the last statewide transportation package. If you add that in, that would take us up to roughly $1.6 billion over a 20-year period. And finally, if you assumed optimistically that we would also get an additional state funding package in 2025, it would add another little over $100 million to come up to a total of $1.7 billion over 20 years. So these numbers are going to change over the next couple of months. We anticipate in November, after the Our Streets decision is made, providing you an updated revenue forecast and a draft financial plan. But this is regardless of how optimistic our scenario is. When you look at it compared with the candidate project list cost, all the projects that have been proposed to date, it's the candidate project list cost is at least twice, and in some scenarios 3 times, the cost of the projected revenue. So that's unlikely to shift a lot. And what it drives us toward, of course, is something that you mentioned earlier, which is prioritization. We have to prioritize in order to be able to determine where we're going to spend our limited funding. So this is the funding gap. It's a really important consideration as we look at project and program prioritization. One of the things we're doing in this transportation system plan is to strengthen the program section. Compared with the 2007 TSP, there are a number of programs which are new that we want to articulate. Safe routes to school, high crash corridors are both new, livable streets, neighborhood greenways. We also want to consolidate a lot of very small projects, $10,000, $30,000 projects into programs, because those projects on their own are unlikely to compete well, and they could stay on the list for 20 years. We don't want that to happen. We want them to be consolidated into larger, stronger programs So they have a fighting chance of having stable, ongoing funding to chip away at that list over a 20-year period. That said, the amount of general transportation revenue that we have that's discretionary is a really small amount. It's about $2.5 million a year, about $51 million over a 20-year period. So that's not going to completely cover this, and it's one of the reasons why we are focused on the Our Streets additional funding. The other component that we're going to incorporate into the transportation system plan is maintenance and operations. Not a prioritized list, but to recognize the importance of maintenance, recognize the importance of funding ongoing operations as part of our 20-year plan. The next piece, oops, yeah, we got it, there we go. The next important component is taking a look at the project list. And as I mentioned, the project list at this point in time, the candidate project list, is quite large. This is a technical transportation system plan update, so we're not doing a full call for projects. We're not saying, hey, add to that list significantly. Chris asked a question, a very good question earlier, about what happens if somebody has identified an area where there is a need for a new project. Feel free to, those in the public that have identified potential projects can email us and ask us to evaluate it as part of the TSP. Chances are, unless it's a quick and easy one, that it will probably end up on the study list. You can't really read it very well. As Courtney pointed out, these are not as bright on the screen as they are down here, but that third bar at the top, it says study list. There are a number of projects that will end up on a study list because we have to do additional analysis before we can determine, are they a priority project? There are others that second set of text on there is the priority list. And that's where we intend to be at your February 24th hearing. We intend to have a prioritized project list for you to review at the February 24th hearing. Once that's approved by the City Council, we will be, of course, producing a capital improvement program that has our 5-year priorities on it, most of which will end up eventually being designed and built. So how do we get there? How do we get from that big 30-year candidate list to a realistic, financially constrained TSP project list? Well, remember the 7 outcomes that I talked about earlier? Internally, we call them the Magnificent 7. This is making a lot out of a little bit of money. I'm glad that at least some of you smiled. So see across the bottom, those seven components there? That's what we're shooting for. If we do a good job of prioritizing our projects and our programs and matching them with funding, we'll be improving each of those components: economic benefit, health, environment, equity, et cetera.
So, brief question, are that listing, is that the evaluation criteria that you're going to use to prioritize?
You are one step ahead of me. That is exactly what we are going to do. So we're taking and aligning we're using these as the evaluation criteria. We're attempting to align our evaluation criteria with our policy outcomes and saying, how is it that we are going to be able to deliver on some of the promises we've made around equity and health and climate and economic benefit? So the intent is to take this smaller list of projects, last count it was 311, and evaluate them for how they might perform for each of these 7 items. There is an 8th item which you don't see on here, but which is very important, and that's going to come later, and that one is community support and/or opposition. So if we get comments from you in support or in opposition of a particular project, or from the public, we're going to take that into consideration after the public comment period closes. So perhaps by mid-January, we'll take a look at all the comments we've gotten, incorporate that into our evaluation criteria as an 8th criteria, and have that play a role in the prioritized project list that we present to you.
So where does geography play in as part of your lens,
So there's
geographic equity?
Yes, there's several different ways in which geography plays an important role. One of which is that different pattern areas, different parts of the city have different levels of completeness of the network. There are more gaps and deficiencies in the sidewalk network, in the roadway network, in the bicycle network, freight network, in certain parts of the city. So part of the evaluation criteria, the first one up there is access. Access to jobs, to schools, to grocery stores. If you're in an area that has incomplete network with a lot of gaps and deficiencies, your projects are going to score better than areas where you have a lot of choices, for example. So one of the criteria is the extent to which you're in an area with gaps and deficiencies. Of course, even in those areas, you want it to be well used. So in all parts of the city, there are centers in the areas where you're providing access to those destinations. Those projects that are likely to be more highly used are going to score better as well. Well, also, as part of the evaluation, we're going to be looking at it in terms of the 5 pattern areas that are in the comprehensive plan. So we'll be looking at the clusters of projects geographically as well, because what we want to create is a complete network of projects, not just isolated projects here and there, but a true network over the next 20 years.
So it is possible that certain areas of the city would actually qualify under these criteria more than other areas of the city. And you're willing to make the step towards equity to show that areas that have bigger need might actually get more attention.
That's our recommendation.
Good.
So just a follow-up to that.
Thank you.
I like the 7, but I'm always concerned about the weighting. Because depending on the weighting, it may get points, but it doesn't get built. And so in terms of geography and equity and some of these other things, it'd be interesting to see the weighting that you're putting on the items, to see kind of analysis of whether or not, because cost effectiveness could be driving, I don't know, but weighting could be a issue of cost effectiveness and jobs. A project downtown with a lot of access and jobs and cost effective, because it has a lot of infrastructure, could get a lot of points. And another part that has very little infrastructure and very few jobs could get few points, because it doesn't connect to any jobs, because it didn't have an infrastructure. It's kind of and so I'm interested in how that works.
So weighting there are different ways to look at weighting, and I will answer the 2 ways that come to my mind.
I'm worried about how you're using weighting.
They're
as
currently
a-
not weighted, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the criteria are currently not weighted. We've been using the analogy of, we are kind of trying to make a soup with a recipe.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to take taste periodically and decide whether we're getting the right outcome, the right taste of the product. And then if there are adjustments we need to make, including incorporating community interest, that'll help us to make modifications. Until we go through and fully apply this criteria, we have thoughts about what this might produce, but we haven't actually completed the exercise to see what the mix of projects that are getting prioritized look like.
Okay. Good. Don?
Yeah, I'm glad you're going to taste this and test it and all that, because I'm thinking about, Courtney's comments about kind of revisiting some of the road standards and how that fits certain districts. And when I look at these criteria, if you're reducing global warming pollution from transportation, that's a tough measurement. And it's going to get the best score in an urban, dense area,
Sure.
I would think.
Yeah.
But there might be serious safety issues in outer northeast and outer southeast.
That's
They're not going to come into play. They don't have the volume to reduce or increase global warming. So I'm interested in how you're going to do this moving ahead, kind of
In
weighing
fact,
all
if
those
you'd like,
factors.
one of the things, depending on how deep you want to go into this, but I'll
Oh,
put
not
the
too deep.
offer out.
Yeah.
We're actually going to do a special session with our transportation expert group, 2-hour exercise where they have an opportunity to go deeper and see how the criteria can apply to specific
Yeah,
projects.
I would
We're happy to
suggest that you
invite
test a project. Just take a project and run it through this process and see how it goes. And
Walk it through.
maybe
Try
there's
the
several
project.
different kind of projects.
Yeah, the intent is to do that with several different projects
Yeah, that'd be
that have
good.
different
There's
characteristics.
been a fair amount of internal testing. This is not, we have tried to sort of try out the machine as we are setting it up. So there's been a fair amount of internal testing to confirm that the methodology seems to generally work. At this stage now, we are vetting with the transportation expert group and with others that it produces the right set of mix of projects and such, right?
Well, I think that's good, and you have to acknowledge going in, this won't be perfect,
No.
but it'll give you kind of a frame of reference, is what I would say.
One of the great prizes of this is that because we have such a hard set of choices to make with the limited infrastructure money that we have, we can at least be transparent and explicit about the choices we're making, rather than who called the most on a Tuesday is who we respond to. This is actually, we're actually able to use some criteria and say, we tried our best to look broadly across all the choices we can make and be intentional about it.
This is good, because you will be heavily lobbied as you go through, and you always are.
We're
You already
straightening
are.
our- we're straightening
You
our
guys
back up,
understand that.
preparing for that process.
Okay, well, this is a good way to prepare for it.
Let us know in that work session if that's appropriate.
Sure.
Will do.
I just wrote that down, and I also, there could be some other, when we have our hearing in November, we could bring some more stuff, or we could also package some of the information that Peter has been doing internally for you to look at as well. So I'll follow up with Julie and Andre and others to figure out some of the best ways to get you involved, both inviting you to that, but also giving you some information too, so that you can be, because especially in the November and February, when we're going to have citizens as well, we want to make sure it's understandable to them too. So if you've got questions about it, they're going to have questions about it too.
Did you have a question, Karen?
Yeah, I do. I don't know how this thing works, but anyway, I just wanted to know from the group, what are you thinking about with regards to communication to groups who are questioning where projects have gone off the list that were previously on the list? I'm speaking to the David Hemston email that I was copied on, and frankly, I've just kind of given a copy to Susan and to Andre, where 20-odd projects have disappeared off this list or that list. And so there is, I would like to know from you, what are your plans to communicate to groups like the East Portland Action Plan, who are heavily invested with transportation out in East Portland, when projects look like they're kind of disappearing? And we're very concerned about that. And I know you're going to craft an answer. And the question has just been asked. But he goes into minute detail on numbers of projects, also asking a question about the pedestrian action plan and the bike master plan of 2010, how all that fits in as you're creating new plans. People are wondering where the old plans went and are very concerned about that, I'll just say.
So on or about October 13th, we will be posting an updated candidate list. Because the last transportation system plan update was in 2007, there's actually quite a bit of cleanup that we're doing with the list. A number of the projects that we've already taken a look at from David's email are projects that have been completed. Some of them are projects that have either been consolidated into another project, something that was adjacent to it, and they've been consolidated together, or the project description has changed in one form or another. So the intent is that by October 13th, we will all have an updated candidate list to take a look at. But when we do receive specific comments like David's, which was very helpful, to have that level of detail and specificity,
Yeah, I mean, East
very
Portland is
helpful.
watching. I mean, they're chomping at the bit to make sure that these things
So
happen.
we'll be
for them, not
responding,
just gonna
yeah,
sit there.
which is, to us, it's very helpful.
Yeah,
We'll be
that's
responding
helpful. 'Cause
specifically on each of
We wouldn't know
those.
if a name changed or it got morphed, or, I mean, the average, and David is not the average Joe. He's totally involved in transportation.
We have at the
And he
end, we have
doesn't know.
some conversation about some of our outreach events and what we're going to be doing, and so you can look at that as well and give us some feedback on that.
Why don't you keep going?
Yeah,
Yep.
go ahead.
So my final slide is then that what we're going to end up with
Let him finish. Okay, go ahead.
is after we've done the evaluation of the projects and the programs, we'll end up with a prioritized list of projects and programs. There will be the financially constrained list, which is the one that we think we can realistically afford. There'll be the unconstrained list, which are projects that if we're too pessimistic about funding and additional funding became available, we could pick off of that list. And then we have the other types of projects. Some of them will have dedicated funds. It can be on the financially constrained list. Others are projects that don't have enough detail that will need to be on the study list. There are some projects that are unresolved. You may hear comments about the Columbia River crossing. It's a project which is on Metro's regional transportation plan. And as a result is on our list as well. But there are a number of projects which are unresolved.
So just real quickly on that, don't want to beat this thing, but because CRC is on our list, it also has implications for Hayden Island.
Correct.
And I don't want to go into it, but but just to know, the comp plan has a whole bunch of things around Hayden Island that assume this defunct thing, and somehow we got to resolve that in the comp plan, and I don't know what the resolution is, but I just want to raise it.
That's a good topic for a future briefing.
That's a topic for a beer, and we're getting close to that time.
So,
We're aware of it.
in conclusion, if we do a good job with this, what we're going to end up with is a series of projects and programs that are going to contribute to these outcomes. And by the way, the slide will include, the next version of the slide is also going to include freight access and driving, since those are both components that we want our system, our balance system, to reflect. But this is very much a performance-oriented approach that we're attempting to take.
Okay. Gary?
I was curious about your statement that the expenditure list is typically 2 to 3 times the available revenue at any point in time. And I was wondering if is that typical for?
It is currently 2 to 3 times.
It's currently 2 to 3 times. Okay, but is that a recurrent situation, or?
I don't know how it compares with other transportation system plans. I do know that the regional transportation plan, the one for the entire metro region, has a very large unconstrained component. In other words, the part that we don't have realistic revenues for is almost the size of the constrained portion.
Yeah.
So it is typical to have an unconstrained portion that is outside of the constrained list, yes.
And I guess my question is, how typical is Portland in that regard? I mean, it seems to me anytime you have a 2 to 3 times gap, by definition, that's not sustainable. So something is deeply wrong somewhere if you have that kind of gap chronically.
And that's why we're doing the Our Streets program, that we have identified that there are basic maintenance and safety investments that need to occur, some of which would help chip away at that larger need. There is definitely a significant funding gap that is a major issue in our ability to achieve our 20-year targets.
Yeah. But my fundamental question is, do other communities experience a gap of that size?
So Gary, the federal gas tax has not been raised since 1993, and the Oregon gas tax has only been raised once since 1993. So lots of other communities have this problem.
Okay, thanks.
I would say the one thing is there are a number of communities nationally that we hear about that have seen this level of challenge and have taken it upon themselves regionally to pass additional fees. And so, cities like Phoenix, like Denver, like LA have all in the last 5 years made very dramatic changes in their investment portfolios based on a similar type of need. We haven't in this community come up regionally or statewide with that level of gumption to produce that outcome. Thank you.
So just quickly to just see, so you know what we're bringing back to you as part of the comp plan and the TSP. Again, as Peter mentioned, on October 13th or sooner, we'll release financially unconstrained, but the updated candidate project list that will, as Karen mentioned, address a lot of the issues that the citizens have brought up, as well as all the work that Peter and the teams have been doing to get to that list. We're coming back November 4th for a hearing that will focus on what we talked about today, so the policy review, comments about the candidate list, and then we'll have a revised revenue forecast. And then February 24th, we're having a separate hearing just specifically on a more sorted, prioritized project and program list. So again, that's where everything will have run through the criteria. We'll have any additional policy changes that may have come out of the comments and the work we're doing with you through the work sessions or with the citizens, and then an updated financial plan. And so that'll be both a hearing for that. And then, again, I mentioned earlier, we'll have some next steps, ones on the left in the darker, looking at our modal plans, our refinement plans, additional street classifications. Those are things that we'll be bringing back to you either through our partnership with BPS and the Task 5 work with comprehensive plan, or there might be some separate work sessions or hearings or briefings that we need to do just related to the work that we're doing that we want to get your feedback on. And then to just address some of the outreach efforts that we're doing, we're working with our modal committees. That's BAC's our Bicycle Advisory Committee. I believe Peter's going there right after this meeting. We've got staff attending the open houses that are a part of the comprehensive plan this week and next to highlight our work on the projects and the policy shifts. We're going to our Pedestrian Advisory Committee both this month and next month related to the sort of the Courtney presentation and the Peter presentation, sort of, is how we're dividing that up. Again, we'll be participating in the public hearing related to the policies and goals on the 23rd. And then we have our ongoing Transportation Advisory Expert Group in September, October, and November. And then we're meeting with, as requested with our partners, so the Portland Business Alliance has requested a presentation in October. And then we're also looking at some targeted stakeholder meetings. It's Karen, similar to what you were saying, maybe meeting with East Portland in Action specifically, or some of our partners in Southwest, looking at some targeted meetings related to this work, as well as having some joint modal committee meetings with our Bicycle Advisory Committee, our Freight Committee, and our PED Committee all at once to go over some of these concerns related to the project list, as well as some of the stuff related to the hierarchy and some of the other policy work, so that they're all working together. And then again, we have our technical groups. So the TSP is here if you need it, if you need a hug related to transportation. We have this slide. So this is actually a reader board that was out in the community this morning that someone hacked. And it just was the first thing we saw this today at work, and so we felt the need to share. But I'm here for you as your transportation policy person. Peter's here for you as your project list person. Art is here as our manager supporting us. We're happy, right. Art is here to support us in our work with the TSP. So I know, me too. So
hug your infrastructure.
Hug your infrastructure. So we thank you for your time, and we will follow up on some of the questions that you had related. I wrote down Andre's and Karen's and Mike's and some of the others, and we'll get back to you on all of those.
Any final questions?
Sorry, I'm going to run.
That's okay.
So do we have the document? Are you saying we're getting the document in October? I have like this whole pile I'm carting around, and I don't have any.
There is no document. There will be a project list.
We're just getting a list.
Yeah, going to get a list.
Okay.
And then you've got the policies. You've got Chapter 9 and all the policy statements.
Yeah.
Next year,
Got it.
you will have a document. Now you have pieces that are coming together.
Okay.
It's easier. It's going to be less weight, right?
Right,
Mike?
correct.
Mike?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
quick comment and then a question for Eric, or another comment, getting back to the systems plan. We've heard within the West Quadrant conversation, 40% of the landscape is taken up with the transportation system, and I think that's true pretty much citywide. So just maybe somewhat philosophical, rhetorical question: has that been explicitly kind of integrated into your thinking? It seems to me, looking at what you've presented, it does, because we have incredible opportunities to improve that public realm.
Yeah, both in the public facilities chapter, again, we're more explicit about the uses in the right-of-way, and same in chapters 3 and 4. So we definitely have moved towards saying the right-of-way is more than just the movements of goods and people, that it is the use for other uses, and we have policy statements that support additional work that's happening in the West Quadrant, or even work that we're doing internally.
Great, thanks. And the systems plan, there's a place in there within BES that makes a very explicit statement that I guess exposes an internal problem with regard to how we value that green infrastructure. And that is an accounting problem. We're not able to capitalize trees and green infrastructure. That's at the national level. And I'm hopeful that through this process, we can actually have an action item that says the city of Portland is going to work with whatever other partners we can get together with to attack that problem. We had a meeting with Congressman Blumenauer's staff the other day, asking for his assistance at the national level to try to change the rules, accounting rules, that allow BES to capitalize that green infrastructure. It's a huge issue.
And I can speak to that a little bit as a member of the citywide systems team. That came up quite a bit from the staff level on up. That is, that we have the same desire and wants to do that, and knew that we couldn't do that now because it was there. But it came up both internally. Why don't you have that there, as well as public comment and citizen comment? So we're wanting that as well. I just don't think we quite had the tools yet to do that. So we can double check what we've written in there to see what we say about trying to do it, but I know in our conversations, it was a very hot topic.
That's good to hear, because I've been hearing this for 10, 15 years now. We got to deal with it.
Yeah.
And again, as I think you mentioned, it relates to national accounting practices about how things like trees are reported on balance sheets, but also it relates to maintenance, because one of the implications of claiming it as an asset is that you have to maintain it, and so that's another dimension of this issue.
Right.
Any other further questions? I have just two quick ones. We were talking earlier about the internet infrastructure. It seems that the Chapter 8 is a good place to put that in.
I believe there is some in there, and there's a little bit in transportation as well.
Okay. And then the other thing on outreach is to coordinate with BPS. They've got a group that's working with like ERCO and a number of folks, because they think about transportation much differently. And because that population is increasing, the transportation affordability is probably a big component of what they're doing, but also they think about bikes and streetcars and all the things much differently than we do. And I'm not saying it's, and so we want to make sure we incorporate that thinking into how we evaluate and look at projects, because we may not be meeting their part of that.
Right, and our public involvement plan, we're working closely with Bureau of Planning and Sustainability staff and those partners on implementing that and working through those issues.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
We are adjourned right before 5 o'clock.
Where's the punch card?
We appreciate that, Mike. Helping us close that.